Chapter 974. Ever since Zhuge Shanyan took over as the clan master, he had never felt so uncomfortable. Looks like this disciple of Master Feng and Master, you actually came for the medicine banquet? At such a critical juncture, such a little ancestor had graced them with her presence. How could they not be able to survive? Right now, Tianji City is filled with all sorts of people. All the young talents of the major clans are gathered here. Your disciple is good-looking. Who can stop someone from hitting on her? Besides, if you're in a good mood, it's understandable for you to come and talk to me. But you actually came even when you're in a bad mood. Then, are you in a good mood now? Or is it bad? Should I hope that you're in a good mood? Or is it bad? Everyone looked at Zhuge Shanyan with pity, thinking, this time the Zhuge clan is in big trouble. But everyone had their own thoughts. If one looked at this matter roughly, they might think that these people from the Qin clan were really too weak. They were actually wiped out in 1 or 2 moves. They didn't even make any noise. But only those who were familiar with the inside story would know. How could the people from the Qin clan be considered weak? An extreme-level expert, more than 100 monarch-level and saint-level experts, and 4 supreme-level experts. Such a force couldn't be considered weak anywhere. But when they met Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, they were all wiped out in just one breath. What did this mean? Zhuge Shanyan's expression changed a few times. Finally, he calmed himself down and said, "What's next?" His voice was already extremely dry. Nangong Shifeng's face revealed an incredulous expression and said, "Next." At this moment, a voice said, "Not bad indeed. Are you interested in fighting with me?" Before I could finish my sentence, I saw a white figure charge out of the city. It was blurry and ethereal. It seemed to be a woman, and she was carrying someone on her back. But when she appeared, the faces of Master Yu and Master Feng suddenly became heavy. That white figure was like a shooting star. She passed by the 2 of them and said, "Follow me, let's fight." Then she disappeared with a swoosh. After the initial shock, everyone was even more shocked and confused. The appearance of Master Feng and Master Yu was already shocking enough. Then, who is this woman in white who appeared later? The Moon Breeze Supremacy had solemn expressions and said, "Little girl, you enter the city first. The 2 of us will go and meet her." Then he turned to my direction and said, "Little, tell the Zhuge clan that if they dare to bully my disciple, I'll teach them a lesson." Then the 2 of them flew up and disappeared without a trace. It turns out that they knew I was watching from the side all along. Nangong Shifeng finally finished his words. His mouth was dry. The hall was completely silent. Shocking. Unbelievable. All sorts of emotions filled everyone's hearts. There was actually such a thing in the world. The last sentence of Venerable Feng and Venerable Yu was especially earth-shattering. None of them were stupid. Their last words were, "Lass, you go into the city first. The 2 of us will go and meet her." Attention. The phrase here is "the 2 of us are going to meet her." Not "I'm going to meet her." Moreover, before that, he would let his disciple enter the city first and not bring him along with him. What did this mean? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. This meant that Supremacy Feng and Supremacy, you needed to work together to deal with this person. Moreover, even with the husband and wife working together, they still did not have the confidence to protect their disciple in the battle. Who was this girl in white? How scary was she? That was really imaginable. The hall was completely silent. After a long while, Zhuge Shanyan asked slowly, "Is there anything else?" Everyone's gaze fell on Nangong Shifeng again. Nangong Shifeng shook his head honestly and said, "There's nothing else." "Since that's the case, you can leave," Zhuge Shanyan instructed. "Give him 50 purple crystals and send him out properly." A girl in white at the side agreed and walked out with Nangong Shifeng, bringing along a whiff of fragrance. When they were about to leave, Chuyang suddenly raised his voice and said, "Oh yes, is this called Nangong Shifeng?" Nangong Shurfong was about to step out of the door. He was startled and turned back, saying, "You are—" Chuyang smiled and said, "I'm a pharmacist from the southeast. Before I came out from Flat Mountain Ridge, an old friend of Brother Nangong asked me to pass you something. If Brother Nangong has nothing else to do, you can wait for me outside for a while." Nangong Shurfing's eyes lit up and he said, "Thank you very much. Since that's the case, I'll wait for you at Shueyu Lake." He was also experienced in the martial world. He knew that his boss, who had benefited from his misfortune, had sent someone here. At this moment he was extremely excited, but he didn't show it on his face. Seeing Nangong Shurfong walk out, Chuyang also sat down. Yi Xiu coughed and said, "Brother Chu, is this person related to you?" Chuyang said affectionately, "Little you, stop." Yi Xiu hurriedly stretched out his hand and stopped Chuyang. "All right, I won't ask any more." His expression was already very interesting. The burly man beside him, Yi Shurfong, also couldn't help but want to laugh even though it was such a serious occasion. Although he was in such a mood, he looked at Chuyang with a trace of killing intent. Chuyang lowered his head, but his sharp divine sense sensed this trace of killing intent. He couldn't help but feel strange. Is this bastard crazy? I didn't offend him. Clan Master Zhuge, do you still want to go and take a look at the scene? Mu Yu asked solemnly. It's useless to go and take a look now. Zhuge Shanyan smiled bitterly and said, "Let's talk about the proper business." Mu Yu and Yuan Jinbao nodded, then motioned for the pharmacists beside them to leave. The pharmacists from the Ling clan and Yi clan also left, but Han Shaoran didn't take any action. Mu Yu frowned and said, "Brother Han Yu?" Han Shaoran said lightly, "This Dr. Chu is also my brother. Don't suspect those you use. Don't use those you don't trust. I believe in my brother. Besides, he'll be a key figure in this medicine banquet. There's no harm in him staying here to listen." Key figure? Ha ha ha. Mu Yu sneered. Just as he was about to speak, Zhuge Shanyan said, "Dr. Chu can stay here." He looked at Chuyang with a kind gaze and said lightly, "I've heard of the black-hearted saint's name for a long time." Chuyang's heart trembled. This clan master of one of the big clans actually knows about me? He smiled bitterly and said, "Clan Master Zhuge, you're exaggerating." Now, there was only one person left in the room. Zhuge Shanyan, Han Shaoran, Chuyang, Mu Yu, Yuan Jinbao, Ling Hanwu, Ling Hanxue, Yi Shurfong, and Yi Xiu. But Zhuge Shanyan didn't speak anymore. The hall quietened down. Then, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the stairs. Countless delicacies and wines were served up like flowing water. Everyone's seats were filled with food. There were even fresh fruits and other things. After a while, Zhuge Shanyan clapped his hands, and all the servants left the room. The door was closed, for black figures appeared. Then they went out in 4 directions. Then Supreme Martial Artist Siga's divine sense shrouded the room at the top of the Shueyu Tower in the middle of the lake from top to bottom with his divine sense. Unless the person outside was a 3rd-grade Supreme Martial Artist or above, he or she might be able to eavesdrop on the conversation. If the person's cultivation was lower than that, it wouldn't be of any use even if he or she put their ears on the conversation. Even the 4 Supreme Martial Artists who set up the divine sense couldn't hear what was being said inside because they were restraining each other. Zhuge Shanyan's eyes flickered. His fingers tapped on the table lightly, but he still didn't speak. After a long while, someone outside said, "Clan Master, the Shueyu Tower has been emptied. Our people are all on the White Jade Bridge. The 3rd Elder has also sealed off the bridge. There are also 48 martial saints under the water." Zhuge Shanyan said lightly, "Got it." Then there was silence outside. Chuyang's heart thumped. He knew that today's event wouldn't be as simple as drinking wine. But he didn't expect that the Zhuge clan would make such a big fuss for this event. What's so important about it? Why do they have to be so cautious? Zhuge Shanyun's face softened. He invited, "The night is long. We still have time. Let's talk while we eat." Everyone laughed and started to eat and drink. Zhuge Shanyun raised his wine cup and smiled lightly. "Now that we're not outsiders, I'll be direct. This medicine banquet is the most important one in the heavens for the past 10,000 years. And it's our Zhuge clan's turn again." Everyone was eating and drinking. They didn't seem to be paying attention to what he said. However, everyone knew that they were all listening intently to Zhuge Shanyun's words. Every word that Zhuge Shanyun said had entered their ears. Moreover, they were automatically able to understand many meanings. This medicine banquet is the time when the tribulation sword master will be born. So it's very significant, and it's different from the past. Even within our clan, there are many. For example, the Li clan. Zhuge Shanyun's voice was very gentle. He continued, "And everyone knows that Master Yu and Master Feng have already left the law enforcement officers. They've become free men, and the reason why they left the law enforcement officers is because of the tribulation sword master." Chu Yang's heart shook. His heart skipped a beat. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro left the law enforcement officers because of the tribulation sword master? His heart skipped a beat. Instantly, 8 pairs of eyes looked towards him. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. This bunch of people are really attentive and meticulous. My heart skipped a beat, and it immediately attracted their attention. "Dr. Chu, are you very surprised?" Zhuge Shanyun asked lightly. "Yes. Tribulation, sword master." When I heard these words, I couldn't help but feel excited. Chu Yang smiled calmly and said, "Master Zhuge, please don't laugh at me." Zhuge Shanyun laughed and said, "It's okay." Then he said, "And judging from today, Master Yu and Master Feng have already arrived at Tianji City. They destroyed the Chen clan's delegation in one move. On the surface, it seems that they're avenging their disciples, but everyone knows their real purpose." Chapter 975. Their real purpose is to destroy Venerable mending the heavens. Everyone in the hall sighed as soon as these words came out. They didn't even have the mood to drink and eat anymore. Only Chu Yang was left to chew on the table, because he didn't know what Venerable mending the heavens meant. The medicine banquet is to refine the heaven-nourishing jade, and the purpose of refining the heaven-nourishing jade is to deal with the tribulation sword master. After the heaven-nourishing jade is refined, each high-level supreme martial artist would use different techniques to send the heaven-nourishing jade to a certain place. Then, the one with the highest level of cultivation would replace the heaven-nourishing jade. This person would be the Dharma Supreme. Han Shaoren knew that Chu Yang didn't understand, so he explained to him in detail. "But why can this heaven-nourishing jade deal with the tribulation sword master?" Chu Yang was confused. "No, according to legend, the mission of the tribulation sword master is to mend the heavens, and the heaven-nourishing jade, to a certain extent, has the effect of tribulation. So, if the heavens are fixed before the tribulation sword master mends the heavens, then it can destroy the destiny of the tribulation sword master." Han Shaoren said, "Oh, I see." Chu Yang was enlightened. He praised, "Brilliant plan." Han Shaoren sighed and murmured, "Moon Breeze Supremacy is the most respected person in my life." After saying that, he fell silent. After a long while, he shook his head sadly. Zhuge Shanyun said, "Since the Moon Breeze Supremacy is involved in this matter, then we can't make the decision now. The original plan has to be changed. We can only forget about what we wanted to discuss previously. Now, what we need to discuss is how to continue the medicine banquet and Venerable mending the heavens." Everyone nodded slowly, their faces heavy. Zhuge Shanyun pondered for a while and said, "The original plan was for the Zhuge clan to be in charge, while the Dharma Supreme and the Supreme Martial Artists would appear at the end to make a crucial gamble. But obviously it's no longer applicable now." He smiled bitterly and said, The two elder masters of the Zhuge clan have been in seclusion for thousands of years. They won't come out easily, and even if they come out, I'm afraid they won't be a match for the Moon Breeze supremacy. I can only try my best." As he said that, Zhuge Shanyan looked at the two from the Ling clan and the two from the Yi clan. The four was silent. "Han Wu, who is the supreme martial artist from your Ling clan who has come to replenish the heavens this time?" Zhuge Shanyan's eyes flashed with displeasure. Obviously, he was dissatisfied with the silence of the four people. However, it only lasted for a moment before he asked with a pleasant expression, "Its seventh ancestor." There was a hint of respect on Ling Hanwu's face as he said, "His cultivation is now at the peak of middle grade supreme martial artist." Chu Yang's heart stirred. It turned out that there was a hidden expert in the Ling family's team. It was rare for this expert to be so well-mannered. Back then, the three supreme martial artists were tortured by Zi Xieqing until their faces were covered in dirt. Yet they could actually hold themselves back and not appear. Zhuge Shanyan shook his head slowly and asked, "The seventh ancestor's cultivation is naturally shocking. If it was in the past, it would be enough. But now that the Moon Breeze couple had interfered, Hanwu, what do you think about the chances of seventh forefather and the others winning?" Ling Hanwu shook his head slowly. "I'm no match for him." "There's still time. We can make it in time." Zhuge Shanyan said, "We must change the commander at the last minute." Ling Hanwu nodded slowly. Zhuge Shanyan smiled slightly and turned to the Yi brothers. "Shifeng, Shiyu, who's the person from the Yi clan?" Yi Shifeng laughed and said, "Its fourth ancestor, Yi Zhangzui. He's also at the peak of middle grade supreme martial artist." "Yi Zhangzui." Zhuge Shanyan frowned. Yi Shiyu said softly, "However, it's said that the elder ancestor will also make a trip here." Zhuge Shanyan's expression changed. He said, "Then it's fine." He turned to Han Shaoran and the other two and said, "Law enforcement masters, I'll send a letter to the other big clans to ask them to change their candidates. The three law enforcement masters should also inform the Dharma Supreme to make early arrangements. This concerns the fate of the heavens. We mustn't be careless." Mu Yu and Yuan Jinbao nodded repeatedly, and their eyes flickered. Han Xiaoran's face was cold and stiff. He sighed deeply and kept silent. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro were the people he respected the most. However, it seemed that they were already on different paths. Although the Tribulation Sword Master hadn't appeared yet, the two of them were already working hard for the fate of the Tribulation. Perhaps it wasn't the time to fight to the death yet. After all, even the Dharma Supreme didn't want to have enemies like Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro. However, once the Tribulation Sword Master appeared, it would be a battle of life and death. A battle of life and death was inevitable. Han Xiaoran's heart was filled with emotions. Will the Li clan send someone over this time? Mu Yu frowned and asked, "This?" Yuan Jinbao touched his chin and said, "It's really hard to say. However, the situation isn't clear yet. The Li clan should be here, right? However, who's the girl in white that just appeared?" Zhuge Shanyan frowned and said, "Why is the medicine banquet so strange this time? It's simply a gathering of the wind and clouds. Does anyone have any news about this girl in white? Or have you heard of her?" The others shook their heads, and their faces were blank. Ling Hanwu and Ling Hanxue looked at Chu Yang. The two of them were confident that the girl was probably Zi Xieqing, the Miss Zi that was with Chu Yang. She was also the concubine that Chu Yang mentioned earlier. Zhuge Shanyan was very smart. He looked at Chu Yang with a smile and said, "Special Envoy Chu?" Chu Yang pondered and said, "According to what Nangong Shifeng said, the girl in white that just appeared, I feel vaguely familiar." Everyone turned to look at him. "Familiar?" Zhuge Shanyan was shocked. "Yes, according to the description. She seems to be my concubine." Chu Yang touched his nose embarrassedly and said, "Cough, cough, concubine." "Phut!" Mu Yu Yi Shifeng and Yi Shiyu scolded at the same time. Yuan Jinbao's face was also distorted by Zhuge Shanyan. He stared at Chu Yang as if he wanted to eat him up. Han Xiaoran smiled bitterly and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy really dared to say that. That was an extremely powerful person who dared to challenge Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro alone. Your concubine? Concubine? Damn it, it's really a miracle that your tongue hasn't been blown away by the wind. Cough, cough. But Brother Chu's concubine's cultivation is indeed very high. Ling Hanxue said as she rolled her eyes. Yes, let's stop this topic. Mu Yu stretched out his hand and stopped her. He said unhappily, Niece Hanxue, this matter. There's no need to discuss it. Little Hu is bragging. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What do you mean by his little wife? Isn't he afraid that the wind will cut his tongue? Why doesn't he say that he is the master of Tribulation Sword? As soon as the sentence came out, everyone immediately burst into laughter. Zhuge Shanyan smiled and said, Who is this mysterious, powerful person? Let me do a divination. As he said, he sat down cross-legged and took out a few copper coins. He tossed them on the table 3 times. The last time, out of the 10 copper coins, 8 of them were facing up. The last one rolled off the table and stood up after it spun 2 rounds on the ground. Zhuge Shanyan was surprised. What's the situation? Everyone asked. The starry sky is bright and the sky is moving. It's actually an illusory image. I can't tell its origin. It's unpredictable. Finally, it's a shooting star across the sky. It actually shows the image of a visitor from outer space. How can this be? Zhuge Shanyan shook his head and looked at the table suspiciously. Did something go wrong? Why would such a divination appear? This divination is a little ridiculous. Mu Yu said seriously, but since this powerful person chose Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, they should, even if they're not friends, they shouldn't be enemies either. I hope so. Zhuge Shanyan sighed with melancholy and said, It's really untimely. Strange things happen when it's our turn. Li Clan's attitude is ambiguous. Moon Breeze came here. The entire Qin clan was annihilated, and now a mysterious expert has appeared. Sigh, if Supreme Martial Artist Ning and Supreme Martial Artist were to come again, I really don't know if my Tianji city would be able to withstand the torment. Haha, now there's Moon Breeze supremacy and the mysterious female third brother. If Supreme Martial Artist Ning and Supreme Martial Artist will come again, there'll be 4. The Dharma Supreme will of course rush over, so there will be 5 Supreme Tao experts. Since the elder ancestor of the Yi clan, Lord Yi Di, has decided to make a move, then the elder ancestor of the Shao clan, Lord Xiao Se, will not be idle either. In addition, countless supreme martial artists from various clans have gathered. I reckon that even if they extend their legs and hold hands in your Tianji city, there will be nothing left. Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Zhuge Shanyan also laughed. But that's usually impossible. If all the supreme martial artists gather here, then even if our Tianji city is destroyed, it'll be an honor. After saying this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A faint sense of uneasiness suddenly shrouded his heart. Instantly, he regretted what he said just now. Yuan Jinbao suddenly thought of something and said, The Moon Breeze supremacy must have taken in a disciple to prepare for the great battle in the future. They must have been prepared to fight to the death. That's why they took in a disciple in advance and passed down their legacy. Once the sentence was said, everyone's expression became heavy. They didn't think about this previously, but now that they thought about it, it was really possible. Yi Shifeng laughed and said, Even the Moon Breeze supremacy have a disciple. I really don't know if Supreme Martial Artist Ning and Supreme Martial Artist will have a disciple too? It can't be that all the Supreme Martial Artists will take in disciples together, right? Then it'll really be a grand occasion of a change of dynasty. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched, then twitched again, and finally twitched again. Cough, cough, my Qingguo. Her. At the end of the conversation, they also discussed some other things. After dinner, Zhuge Shanyan invited them. Law enforcement masters, are you interested in having some tea with me? How about a game of chess while you're at it? The three of them gladly agreed. Yi Shiyu, Chu Yang, and the rest knew that Zhuge Shanyan's invitation was really related to the most important secrets. They tactfully took their leave. Everyone parted ways at the end of the White Jade Bridge. After Chu Yang and Ling Hanwu parted ways, just as he was about to say goodbye to Yishiyu, he saw that Yishiyu had already disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang laughed complacently and walked towards the place where he and Nangong Shifeng had agreed to meet. In front of the Shuiyu Lake, it was already late at night, but there were still people coming and going. The lake's surface was illuminated by the lights, and the scenery was extremely magnificent. Chu Yang admired the scenery as he walked, but he didn't notice that among the crowd behind him, there was a slim figure in black who saw him. Immediately after, she stood there as if she had been electrocuted. Then her eyes were suddenly filled with tears. I've seen you thousands of times in my dreams. Now, you're at this place where the lights are waning. Chapter 976. Shuiyu Tower, Shuiyu Lake. Shuiyu Tower was brightly lit, surrounded by neon lights. The water surface was steaming, the sky was misty, and the moon was vaguely visible. The light shone on the surface of the lake that was shrouded in mist. Vaguely, along with the floating water, it expanded into 10,000 swaying light rays. It was as if a young girl's heart was trembling intensely, but it was shrinking. On the White Jade Bridge, Chu Yang, dressed in a black robe, walked down the bridge. He paused slightly and tilted his head to confirm the direction where Nangong Shifeng was waiting for him. Then he walked over. Under the flickering lights, half of his handsome face was exposed under the neon lights, and the other half was hidden in the shadows. Looking from the side, one could only see his eyes, which were as deep as the cold pond in autumn. But at the moment when Chu Yang took the step and tilted his head, a woman in black was right behind him. He saw this face at a glance. In an instant, it was as if all the thunderbolts and lightning in the sky were wedged into his heart at the same time. For a moment, his mind was in chaos. His ears seemed to be buzzing, and he saw stars. In an instant, he lost the ability to speak and move, and stood there in a daze. At this moment, the world seemed to be still. Chu Yang, I finally saw you. Under the black robe, her delicate body was trembling rapidly. Behind the black veil, 2 lines of tears flowed slowly. She tried hard to take a step to the right, and hurriedly reached out to hold on to a big tree beside her. She was afraid that she would collapse to the ground at this moment. I cultivated desperately. I rushed into the upper 3 heavens recklessly. I trained myself with all my might just to see you again, just to be able to follow in your footsteps. You have already gone too far. Wu Qianshan's eyes were hazy with tears. Her slender, jade-like hands unconsciously stroked the hem of her black robe. There were a few words there. Chu Yang, Qianshan likes you. Her teary eyes were fixed on Chu Yang. The hem of Chu Yang's black robe. That was the same position. Even though it was in a dark place, there was only a faint light. Even though her eyes were hazy with tears, she could still recognize at a glance. This black robe was sewn by her. In that same position, there would definitely be his hair and those words. Chu Yang, Qianshan likes you. This was because Chu Yang's black robe would not refract light no matter where he was. Ordinary black robes were at the stitches. As long as the position on the side of the body was turned, as long as there was light nearby, it would reflect a faint light. However, every time Wu Qianshan made a black robe, she would gently abrade these areas. Although this kind of wear and tear could not be seen, it could avoid that kind of situation. Because when he roamed the Jianghu, it was a scene of carnage and unpredictability, since he liked black robe. That meant he often moves at night. If he could avoid all this, he would be much safer at this moment. All of the past, all of the things that had happened, all of the things that had happened, all of them flashed through her heart like lightning. When I first met you at Beyond the Heavens sect, you concealed your strength and bided your time. At that time, I only treated you as my junior brother. When they met again in Iron Cloud, you have already become a powerful person who can make even the Empress of the state look askance. In just a few short days, he had entered Heaven Mending Pavilion and became the King of Hell who controlled life and death. From then on, I was by your side, taking care of all the trivial matters for you. You are cruel, ruthless, and decisive. Your wisdom is as deep as the sea, and your heart is like a dragon. It is as if all the problems in front of you are not a problem, but you're also as meticulous as hair. Sometimes you're so gentle that it makes people intoxicated, and sometimes you're so silent that it makes people's hearts ache. You struggle between life and death, and you are weak and small. But when you face your own people, you will never say a word of hardship. Normally, when you are angry at your own people, when you punish them, it is when you are in a good mood. Previously, I was very indifferent to you, and then I was very curious about you. I was curious about how you entered Heaven Mending Pavilion at such a young age. Then, I did not understand you at all, and found out that you have so many good points. Do you know that women like this kind of man the most? No matter how much pressure you bear from heaven and earth, no matter how crazy the storm is in front of you, when you turn around and face your loved ones, you are relaxed and have the pearl of wisdom in your hands. You have a calm and gentle face. In a woman's life, she just needs someone to rely on. It is this kind of man who can give a woman the greatest sense of security. Even if she knew that she was about to be destroyed, with such a man by her side, she would not panic. Then, with your own strength, you sneaked into Great Jiao, and with a wave of your hand, you created chaos in Great Jiao. You fled for thousands of miles until you came back, and immediately joined the war. But during this process, you did not say a single word. No one could have imagined that you alone faced the encirclement and interception of an entire country of Great Jiao, facing the pursuit of the Golden Horse Riders Department, which was thousands of times stronger than you. How did you survive? But you did it. After you created this miracle, you immediately created an even bigger miracle. You established yourself in the weak Iron Cloud and hundreds of powerful Great Jiao. That day, the world was dyed red with blood. But the next morning, before we could celebrate, you left. You left quietly. You had your own pursuits. So, you did not even spare a glance for the glorious era that you created. With your power at that time, as long as you said a word, the entire lower three heavens would have chosen for you alone. But you did not do so because you had your own lover. So, you did not spare a glance for the thousands of beauties in the lower three heavens. Even when I was in front of you every day, you did not even spare me a glance. But do you know what a fatal attraction it is to other girls because of your persistence and your deep affection for others and your unwavering devotion to others? You left, but you took my heart with you. That black robe became my everything. Every time I put on that mask, it was as if you were still by my side. In the face of your deep affection for that woman I've never met before, I actually didn't dare to reveal my heart. I could only silently look at you. I could only silently like you. I liked you in my heart in my own way. I did not want to destroy your persistence. But you also could not control my heart. A woman's heart is devoted to her whole life. But when the most beautiful and sacred love of a woman's life can only exist in her imagination. Shu Yang, do you know the sorrow in my heart? You don't know, right? Maybe you know, but you will never say it. Now I am here and I see you. You are under the neon lights. 7 colors. I am still behind you in the shadows. Wu Qian tightly covered her mouth. She tried her best to control the trembling of her body. She did not allow herself to make the slightest movement. She only foolishly looked at the black-robed figure in front of her. I came to the upper 3 heavens with untold hardships. My original intention was to look at him from afar. But why did my heart hurt even more after seeing him? Why did my feelings become even stronger? I should be satisfied after seeing him. But why did I become even more greedy at this moment? I still want to see him. I still want to see him. I haven't seen him enough. I want to see his embrace. I want to rush over and throw myself into him. He has not even hugged me once. Chuyang was walking forward when he suddenly felt something strange. It seemed as if a pair of eyes were looking at him sadly. He could not help but be startled. He paused and turned his head to look. Wu Qian saw him pause and knew that he was going to turn back. She did not know why. Suddenly she panicked. She hid behind a big tree, like lightning. Chuyang turned his head and saw a few people passing by in the distance. Then he saw a dark night. He could not help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself, "Am I being paranoid?" He turned and walked away. Wu Qian calmed her heartbeat behind the tree. Then she could not bear to leave and followed him again. Wu Qian was probably the best at following Chuyang in the world. She knew Chuyang's habits. Chuyang had also mentioned before about following people. When following Chuyang, one must not focus on Chuyang. One must focus on other people or other targets. Once one's attention was focused on Chuyang, one would be immediately discovered by him. In another direction, the two brothers, Yi Shifeng and Yi Shiyu, walked together in silence. "Why are you so afraid of that little guy?" Yi Shifeng suddenly asked. His tone is obviously intentional. He wants to make you feel disgusted so that you can control him. Can't you tell? Yi Shiyu was silent. He said, "I know, but I still feel a chill down my spine." Yi Shifeng snorted and said, "I don't like that little guy. He's asking for death by making fun of the Yi clan. That little guy is not easy to deal with." Yi Shiyu frowned. Now he did not sound like a sissy at all. Yi Shifeng's rough face revealed a trace of brutality. He said, "Not easy to deal with? Let me find out his background." Yi Shiyu was silent for a long time. He said, "Find out his background, that's good too. But this person is mysterious and unpredictable. Don't make things too awkward between us. Make sure that the people who go don't reveal their identities." Yi Shifeng smiled coldly. "I know. I'll send 2 martial saints. If they can kill him, they'll kill him directly. If not, we'll find out his background. Be careful of Han Shaoran." Yi Shiyu reminded. Nangong Shifeng was sitting under a tree. There was a jar of wine beside his feet and a braised chicken beside him. From time to time, he would raise his head and gulp down a mouthful of wine. Then he would let out a tisk sound and exhale. "Nangong?" Chuyang appeared in front of him like a ghost. It's the mail." Nangong Shifeng hurriedly wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth and stood up. As he said, he looked at Chuyang's hand. Chuyang understood what he meant. He laughed and took out a broken sword from his chest. He passed it to Nangong Shifeng and said, "Take a look. Is this right?" Nangong Shifeng laughed and took out a broken sword from his chest. The 2 broken sword pieces were placed together, and they fit together perfectly. He couldn't help but get excited. He asked impatiently, "Where's my boss?" Chuyang said lightly, "I don't know where he is. But do you still remember the words he said to you?" Nangong Shifeng smiled flatteringly and said, "Of course, ha, of course." Chuyang nodded and said slowly, "I'm Chuyang. I have a nickname in the southeast, Black-Hearted Saint. Do you understand what I mean?" Nangong Shifeng's eyes lit up. He nodded like a chicken pecking rice. "The information I need you to find out is all the pharmacists who came to Tianji City, their influence, strength, names, medicinal herbs. Find out as much as you can. Normally, report to me once every 3 days. If there's an emergency, you can report to me anytime." Chuyang transmitted his voice slowly. "Okay." Nangong Shifeng puffed out his chest. "I live in the Orchard Palace. Chu Yang said lightly. Write down everything you know about the medicine banquet as well, Chu Yang instructed. Chu Yang could only understand the medicine banquet in this way since he didn't have the chance to come in contact with it for the time being. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he attracted attention. Nangong Shifeng agreed and left. Yi Shi was still nearby. Nangong Shifeng didn't dare to stay for long, for fear of meeting this little devil again. Chu Yang sat down, hugged his knees, and looked at the water surface. Looking at the neon water, he thought of his own power of gentle water. Suddenly, he felt a little sentimental. I added some sentiments in this chapter. I don't know if everyone likes it, so I'll give you an extra 400 words. Gee, today is Teacher's Day. I wish all my friends who are teachers a happy holiday. Gee, I didn't expect to be the first on the recommendation list. This is an honor that I've never had since I started writing books. Brothers and sisters, I love all of you so much. I'll give everyone a kiss, both male and female. Everyone, keep it up. Wahaha. I'm so happy. Thank you, ha ha ha. Chapter 977. Chu Yang suddenly thought of something. What if his soft water sword essence was like the water in front of him? The water was clear and colorless, but after the refraction of light, the water was colorful. What if the soft water sword essence was added to it? Wouldn't it dazzle the enemy? But how could he make his sword possess such a characteristic? Chu Yang frowned, looking at the lake in front of him. He gazed deeply and fell into deep thought for a long time. Ever since this thought arose, he immediately felt that this was a kind of opportunity, a kind of enlightenment. He had to strike while the iron was hot and straighten out this thought before he could consolidate it. Otherwise, he was afraid that if he encountered something, this sudden idea would be washed away without a trace, and he might not think of it again for the rest of his life. So he couldn't care about anything else and fell into meditation here. He sat there quietly, motionless. The water in front of him was rippling up and down. The gentle sound of the waves was ringing in his ears. But at this moment, it was as far away as the horizon to Chu Yang. Behind him, behind a big tree, a slim figure in black stood quietly, looking at Chu Yang, who was meditating. Her eyes were filled with tenderness, and she was actually mesmerized. One was immersed in meditation, as if intoxicated, while the other was filled with tenderness and love. One was sitting, one was standing, and both were motionless. If someone saw this, they would definitely find this tenderness and warmth that was enough to make one's heart tremble. But it was already late at night, and there were very few people here. The two of them stayed quietly like this. One had a heart, the other had no intention. Wu Qianchan seemed to hear a faint song in her ears. It was the song This Life, Previous Lives. She couldn't help but tear up again. Perhaps I owed you in my previous life? To have met you in this life, perhaps you loved me too much in my previous life, and I didn't cherish you to have met you again in this life. In this life, I've tasted the pain you went through in your previous life. My tenderness was like water, only for you, but your heart was like stone, and you didn't care at all. I looked forward to it and hoped for it. Your steps were hurried. Crossing thousands of miles, you didn't miss me in your previous life. I will make it up to you in this lifetime. But this love sickness, 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 this love sickness. I don't know what's so good about you that I don't care about my body at all. I don't know where your love lies, but I have no regrets in my heart after making up for it in this lifetime. Would this affection continue? After making up for it in this lifetime, how could this affection continue? If this affection can continue, I'd rather turn into ashes and flesh into mud in this life. I've tasted all the bitterness, just to meet you in the next life, cuddling with you, depending on you. Never leave in life, never abandon in death. This song was composed by Wu Qianqian when she was alone in Butian Pavilion, wearing a black robe and a golden mask after the war in the lower three heavens had ended. He had nothing to do. Thus he secretly played a song. The more she played, the more heartbroken she felt. He still remembered that time when Tai Butian had unintentionally heard him playing the zither. Such a strong and independent emperor of a generation had actually burst into tears. A mournful melody sounded in his heart over and over again. Wu Qianqian stood in a daze. The night was cold. Her black robe was wet, but she didn't feel it. In her eyes, there was only one person. She had already given her heart and her feelings to him. However, that person was just there, deep in thought. He was only a few feet away from her. That person. But he didn't know that she was here. Lower three heavens, Iron Cloud Imperial Palace. Tai Butian was dressed in a yellow robe. He was majestic and tall. He walked slowly into the bedroom and waved his hand. All of you are dismissed. I want to rest. Yes. The palace maids bowed and left in a single file. Everyone knew that His Majesty doted on His Majesty. He never used a wet nurse and never let His Majesty sleep alone. Every night he would hug His Majesty. When they thought of the day of the Empress's funeral, His Majesty was heartbroken and swore that he would never marry again in this lifetime. The palace maids felt admiration and bitterness in their hearts. Such a young and promising emperor of a generation, the only overlord in the entire lower three heavens, was actually such a sentimental person. This was really admirable, but at the same time it made them sigh. There were 3,000 palace maids in the palace. All of them were as beautiful as flowers and jade. His Majesty actually didn't like any of them. The little thing on the dragon bed seemed to have heard the commotion. It opened its eyes and looked toward Tai Butian with its black pupils. Then it rolled over and sat up like a meatball. A cute smile appeared on its chubby little face. She scrambled to her feet and stretched out her two chubby little hands. Her short and chubby little legs actually took 2 steps forward, as if she wanted to pounce into Tai Butian's arms. However, after taking 2 steps, she lost her balance and her chubby left leg slanted in front of her right leg. With a thud, she fell onto the bed and lay flat on her stomach. Revealing her 2 chubby little buttocks, it raised its head aggrievedly and snorted twice. Tai Butian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her eyes were full of affection. Yeah, Iwu. The little thing turned over again and grabbed its left leg with familiarity. It lowered its head and actually wanted to bite its own leg. It seemed to blame this leg for being too insensible. It actually tripped itself. However, his body was round and chubby. How could he bend down? It couldn't reach it no matter how hard it tried. It was actually snorting and throwing a tantrum. You little fat pig. Tai Butian finally couldn't help but giggle. Her body and mind that had been busy for the whole day disappeared the moment she saw her son. She pulled out the unfathomable, illusory jade from her chest and placed it on the table. At once, a peerless beauty appeared in the bedroom. Tai Butian heaved a sigh of relief. She took off the crown and let her hair down. Then, she took off the emperor's robe. An exquisite and alluring figure appeared in the mirror. The little one on the dragon bed widened his eyes as he watched Tai Butian's transformation. His eyes were filled with bewilderment and astonishment. He had already seen this phenomenon many times, but the little fellow still couldn't understand why father had become mother in a flash. Tai Butian washed her face and wiped it. Then she sat on the bed. She faced her son and stared at him. After a long time, she smiled and said, "You really look alike." Then she picked up the little fellow and placed him on her lap. Little Taiyang looked at Tai Butian with his bright eyes and said somewhat uncertainly, "Mother monkey?" Fu Huang. Taiyang had just celebrated his first birthday a few days ago and could already walk around unsteadily. As he walked, he would fall and fall. But after all, he could walk now and then. But he still couldn't speak properly. He could pronounce, but it was definitely not standard. It's mother! Exclamation point. Father! Tai Butian taught. Mother Monkey. Fu Huang. The little fellow blinked. Tai Batian sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She taught him a few more times, but the little fellow was very persistent. Tai Batian finally gave up. She knew that it was still a little too early to teach such a young child. She poked the little fellow's forehead and said, "That father of yours is so eloquent that he can turn the dead into alive and talk the living into dead. Tell me, why are you so stupid?" The little fellow looked at her innocently. He babbled. Her chubby little hand, with adorable fleshy nests on each of her knuckles, reached over and accurately grabbed her chest. She cried out excitedly, "Grandma!" Tai Batian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She lay down on her side and unbuttoned her clothes. Then she pulled her son into her arms and stuffed her nipple into his mouth. The little fellow couldn't wait to swallow it in big mouthfuls. Tai Batian lay down, feeling the warmth and intimacy of being connected to her son by blood. Her heart, however, had floated somewhere else. The world was at peace now. The entire lower three heavens was peaceful and without war. There were also very few official matters that needed to be dealt with in a day. Every time she had free time, she would instead think of those days of chaos and turmoil. How long had it been? It actually felt as if a lifetime had passed. Chu Yang, are you okay now? Our son is 1 year old. Do you know? His face, his eyes, his eyebrows, his nose, and his mouth. It's as if they've been carved out from your face. They're exactly the same. Every time I look at him, I think of you. You muddle-headed, heartless enemy. You'll probably never know that I'm a girl, right? You think that after you've achieved success, you'll float away and live a carefree life. But you'll probably never know that not only do you have concerns, they're the biggest concerns in the world. Not only do you have your woman, but you also have your son. If you knew, what would you do? As Tai Batian thought about it, the corners of her mouth revealed a sad smile. It was bitter, perplexed, and with a hint of sweetness. She didn't even know the meaning behind it. She sighed. She placed her palm on her son's back and patted him gently. Her thoughts flew back to the mountain path outside beyond the heaven sect. In that carriage, Chu Yang's beast-like charge. She gritted her teeth and endured it. One didn't know anything, the other was anxious and only wanted to save her life. In her life, she had experienced many wedding nights. It happened in such a rushed situation. The virginity that she had cherished for 10 years was taken away in such a violent manner. Even now, when she recalled it, she still had lingering fears. That tearing pain. If Chu Yang didn't come back, then that pain would be wedged into her heart and become the pain of her life, wouldn't it? As Tai Batian thought about it, she felt a tearing pain in her heart. She couldn't help but burst into tears. Chu Yang, you're scheming and scheming. The whole world is in your hands. With a flip of your hand, you can summon clouds and rain. You're unrestrained with thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers. You're carefree with thousands of mountains and rivers. You laugh proudly in the face of life and death. You defeated an empire with one blow and established a clear sky with one hand. You're a man. You're a hero. But you are also really stupid. You've always thought that the relationship between us was one of mutual benefit. You've always thought that my trust in you was mutual benefit. You've always thought that my kindness to you was all due to the schemes of an emperor. But when have you ever seen an emperor risk his life for his subject? When have you ever seen an emperor and his subject have such unreserved, tacit understanding and trust as we do? I'm here to nurse your child for you. I'm yearning for you day and night. I'm longing for you. I'm giving up my youth for you. But when you're carefree in the martial world, have you ever thought of me? Even when you think of me by chance, you can only think of a cold-faced, majestic, and unscrupulous emperor. Ha ha ha. Tai Batian smiled bitterly. Tears slid down her cheeks. They dripped onto her child's sleeping face. The night was quiet. The child was already fast asleep in his mother's arms. The faint moonlight shone in through the window. Tai Batian looked at the hazy moonlight in a daze. She thought to herself, even if it's by chance, have you thought of me? As long as you think of me, even if it's by chance, even if you think that I'm just a cold-faced emperor, you'll still think of me eventually. Tears flowed down her cheeks. At this moment, there was no longer an emperor or monarch. There was only a broken but strong and regretless heart of a daughter. She sighed softly at how heroes often fail to live up to their expectations. Chuyang, did you miss me? Chapter 978. It was late at night. Chuyang was still sitting quietly by the lake, deep in thought. His posture didn't seem to have changed, but there was a sword in the water in front of him. It was stuck in the water, and even the hilt was not in it. Chuyang sat quietly and looked at the sword in the water. Since the sword was submerged in water, it looked like the sword was slightly bent. The lights in the Shueyu Tower were dim, and there were lights all around. Every time they flickered, the sword in the water seemed to change its shape. Chuyang pondered quietly like this. The sword looked smooth, but it was made up of many sides. Each side could reflect different light. When the same light shone on this side, it would be like this. One color, but when it shone on that side, it would be another color. When it shone on several sides at the same time, a white light could become a rainbow. So this kind of thing existed. As the light changed, the sword's reflection would be different. But if the light didn't change and only moved the sword to match the light refraction, what would happen? How could he make the sword energy produce such a hazy rainbow? Chuyang was deep in thought. He used his hand to stroke the water surface, making the sword's reflection more illusory and more confusing. Wu Qianqian stood behind the tree and looked at Chuyang. She didn't know what Chuyang was doing, but she knew that Chuyang seemed to have entered a strange state now, only she was silently guarding him in the distance. Two black shadows flashed across the sky like lightning, rushing towards them. They flew so fast that they left behind a series of afterimages. Chuyang suddenly thought of something. He slapped his thigh and muttered, "The sword itself can't be moved. I only see the surface. I can't see the root. And where is the root? It's on my wrist. Only with a flexible wrist can I achieve it slowly, step by step, by following the refraction of light." Just as he slapped his thigh, outside the city, in a distant place, there was suddenly an earth-shattering sound. Boom! Boom! The entire Tianji city shook violently at this moment. In the Shueyu Tower in the water room. At this moment, it actually shook a few times like a roly-poly toy. Panicked exclamations could be heard. On the calm surface of the water-moon lake, a monstrous wave suddenly shot out, fiercely rolling towards the clear sky. Chuyang was caught off guard. He was so shaken that he sat down on the ground. He muttered, "Don't tell me that I slapped my thigh. To have such power." Wu Qianqian, who was hiding behind the tree, felt dizzy. She almost cried out in alarm. Even though her mood was originally very complicated, she could not help but almost burst out laughing when she heard Chuyang's words at this moment. After a long time, the water's surface gradually calmed down. Chuyang stood up and stretched his body. He only felt a creaking sound coming from his waist. It turned out that, unknowingly, he had been sitting there for most of the night. Time really flies. Chuyang smiled wryly. He was about to bend down and take out the water sword when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A feeling of extreme danger arose in his heart. His body flashed, and he was already on the surface of the water. High up in the sky, two black-robed men rushed over like lightning. Their swords were like rainbows that shocked the heavens. They rushed towards Chuyang. Chuyang let out a long roar. As his black clothes fluttered, he flew up. His body flashed continuously like a dream. He shouted, "Who are you?" Another, slender black figure flew up on her sword. Her sword light was like thunder, and it went straight for the two black-robed men. At the same time, he shouted in a low voice, "Who are you?" The two black-robed men laughed. "You don't deserve to know who we are. Today, I'll let you two adulterers die here, be a pair of mandarin ducks that share the same fate." Chu Yang frowned. He looked suspiciously at the black-robed woman who suddenly appeared to support him. His heart was filled with doubts. Why does this figure look so familiar? Wu Qian had already changed her voice. Chu Yang naturally could not recognize her. Just as he was about to think carefully, the two black-robed men had already attacked. Their swords were like thunder and lightning. They actually lit up the sky. Chu Yang smiled lightly. As his body moved, he shouted lightly, "Slash!" Suddenly, the sword aura on his body soared into the sky. Sword Sovereign, 7th grade, full attack. Outside the city, on a mountain top, 3 white figures separated like shooting stars. They each occupied a mountain top, forming a triangle. Everyone's white clothes fluttered like immortals. Zi Xieching, Feng Yuro Yulingxue. However, at this moment, Zi Xieching's white clothes fluttered. With a smile on her face, she looked serene and peaceful. She did not look like she had just finished a great battle. Yulingxue and Feng Yuro looked solemn. They looked at Zi Xieching with a complicated gaze. Between the three of them, there was a huge open space, a mess of rocks. A moment ago, this open space was a whole mountain peak that pierced the sky. Since the three of them came here, they immediately started fighting. They were evenly matched. Under such an intense battle, Yulingxue and Feng Yuro both entered the Tao state under Zi Xieching's urging. Not only the two of them, even Zi Xieching herself also entered the Tao state at the same time. This battle, to Zi Xieching, was simply a huge gain. Her cultivation had already exceeded this space. Yulingxue and Feng Yuro were naturally not her match. Although she suppressed her cultivation this time, it was still quite enjoyable. Moreover, although Yulingxue and Feng Yuro's cultivation was not as good as hers, the moon breeze as one divine technique was very powerful. The most unique part of this technique was that the two hearts were united. The moon breeze as one divine technique belonged to the great Tao. After the two hearts were united, and after encountering such a strong opponent, the couple both entered the Tao state. However, this state also brought Zi Xieching, who was an outsider, into it. Zi Xieching had been in the heaven continent for tens of thousands of years, and she had only fought 2 battles to her heart's content. The first time was when she fought with the 2 supreme martial artists, Qin Feng and Lu Yin. However, there was no Tao state energy to absorb at that time. The second time was this time. This time, the Tao state energy came endlessly. Zi Xieching was extremely surprised. She did not expect to have such a huge gain this time. Under the pincer attack of Yulingxue and Feng Yuro, the Tao state energy fell as if the sky had collapsed. Zi Xieching hurriedly collected it. She even faintly felt that the call from above the heaven, the barrier of the heaven, was rapidly thinning for her. The 3 of them benefited immensely. Zi Xieching was in the game. She could only collect the scattered Tao state energy and her own portion. However, she could not collect the Tao state energy of the moon breeze as one heart. Therefore, putting aside the Tao state energy, the moon breeze couple had gained more than Zi Xieching in terms of cultivation comprehension. Even the last time when the 2 of them fought Ning Tianya was definitely not as good as this time. Moreover, both of them could faintly feel that Ning Tianya's cultivation, compared to this fairy-like lady in white, was much inferior. At least this kind of terrifying pressure. They did not feel it from Ning Tianya. In the midst of the fierce battle, the moon breeze couple fought to their heart's content. They attacked together at the same time and launched the couple's most powerful move, Moon Breeze Palm Sky. Zi Xieching instinctively blocked it. However, when the 3 of them exchanged blows here, the whole mountain suddenly collapsed in an instant. The three of them also broke free from the Tao state at the same time. Zi Xieching's sleeves fluttered continuously, and the collapsed mountain was forcefully pulled back. It was pressed down into the ground. It turned this place into a piece of flat land. This kind of cultivation made Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro feel bitter instantly. They originally thought that the couple could be evenly matched with the other party if they joined forces. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful, although the two of them could also collapse a mountain and even flatten it. However, if they were to be like the other party, kneading the collapsing mountain together again like kneading dough and pushing it into the ground, they would not be able to do it no matter what they said. "Lady, you have great skills. In this battle, we have lost," Yu Lingxue said proudly. A win was a win, a loss was a loss. Yu Lingxue's current status could be said to have reached the point where he could not afford to lose. However, he admitted it calmly. Feng Yuro nodded. She agreed with her husband's words. "I'm not from the Chen clan," Zi Xieching said with a faint smile. "If you didn't attack just now, I would have." Her first sentence made her stand clear, indicating that she had nothing to do with the Chen clan. However, she sighed secretly. She did not expect the moon breeze as one heart to absorb Tao state energy to be so powerful. If they continued fighting, she might be able to replenish the Tao state energy she needed. It was a pity, giving up halfway. If they continued fighting, the two of them would probably be very agitated now. In addition, the benefits were great. Before they stabilized their cultivation, they would not be able to enter that kind of Tao state. The cultivation of the two of you is already very powerful. Zi Xieching smiled. "Among the heaven-level experts I've fought in my life, the two of you can already be ranked in the top 10. After this battle, you should be able to enter the top 8. Top 10. Feng Yuro could not help but ask curiously. Among all the legendary experts, the husband and wife believed that they were ranked in the top 5. However, for Zi Xieching, they were actually in the top 10. Who were those 5 people? One must know that the Dharma Supreme was unfathomable, followed by Buluqing and Ning Tianya, and then the husband and wife. Although Yi Di and Xiao Se were about to enter or had already entered the supreme level, they should not be a match for the husband and wife. Could it be the 2 supreme martial artists Qin Feng and Lu Yin? That's right, top 10, Zi Xieching said. The two of you are already infinitely close to the end of the heaven level. When you break through the end, you should understand what I mean. Zi Xieching smiled and said, "Perhaps one day we will meet in other places. I'll take my leave now. Heaven is high, we'll meet again." There were still a few things to say. It was very speechless. The first thing was that he saw a sister with no fan points leave a comment in the book review section, saying that the book must be the female lead, or else it would be taken down. Following the footsteps, he saw that this sister had fan points in the female channel and was crazily clamoring. More handsome men. Speaking of which, although men and women are now equal and the status of women has improved, but I won't talk about it. The second thing was that this was a fantasy, and the setting was similar to the ancient feudal society where men were superior to women, the era of cold weapons. Please do not judge the novel by the modern monogamy system. No matter how powerful feminism was, it did not seem to be able to control the other world and the ancient times. A few examples. Tang Taizong Li Shimin and Empress Zhongsun. Did they really love each other? Ming Dynasty's Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma. So what? Xuanji Emperor and concubine Dong Yi. What about them? However, Emperor Kangxi was not concubine Dong Yi's child after all. Using the modern view of love, and modern women. Using the modern view of love to judge a novel with a feudal setting in a different world. Don't you think it's too ridiculous? If I were to write a modern city with a few more female leads, it would be fine if you all scolded me. But in the feudal society of the other world, where did the mistress come from? Mistress? Wu Qianqian actually became a secretary. I was even more puzzled. Where did this come from? Besides, even if it was the modern era, so what? In the vast world, how many times have you seen fairness? If there was harmony in the world, why did you have to pursue your ideals online? The third thing was that someone suggested to me, I request for Wu Qianchan to die, I request for Tai Butian to die, and the child to drown in an accident. What do you think? There were also people who requested. Mo Qinggu died in the previous life, so she might as well die in this life. It's easy to create a classic by writing a sad story. Do I have nothing better to do? Why would I create a damn classic? If I were to play with my pen and write about current affairs, I could write about it in the People's Daily. Instead of being here, what made me speechless was that these people did not have any fan points. They did not have any fan points and read pirated versions. Yet they came to the original book review section to make such a request. I said earlier that I abhor pirated websites, but to the readers, I can give them understanding. My friends who have been with me for 3 years should understand that I, Feng Ling, am not lying when I say this. Chapter 979. Zi Xieching smiled slightly. With a flick of her sleeves, her slim figure retreated in the air and floated to the side of a tree. With a roll of her sleeves, Chu Lu-er, who was on the tree, fell into her arms. Then, without stopping, she turned in midair and disappeared without a trace with a flash of white. Tearing space, Yu Lingshue's pupils shrank. The last move of the woman in white made his heart skip a beat. There's actually such a powerful person in this world. And a woman at that. Feng Yuro was stunned for a moment before she sighed. The couple looked at each other, both speechless. After a long while, they remembered to check their own cultivation and comprehension. With this check, both of them were pleasantly surprised. Just now, both of us entered the Tao state. Yu Lingshue's handsome face revealed a trace of surprise. He said, Now I'm already at the peak of supreme martial artist level. Me too. Feng Yuro said, I didn't expect to gain so much from this battle. If we take another step forward, we'll reach the end of the heavens that this mysterious woman in white mentioned. Yu Lingshue's eyes were shining. He said, I seem to feel that there's already such a flexible space barrier in front of us. Once we break it, it'll be another world. Feng Yuro nodded and sighed again. She said, Even if we really break the end, what can we do? She turned her head guiltily and looked at Yu Lingxue. You and I have been husband and wife for such a long time. Yu Lingxue pulled his wife into his arms and said gently, This is the limitation of the Moon Breeze couple. It's not your fault alone. Besides, as long as you're by my side, even if we don't have children, so what? I'm also satisfied. Feng Yuro nodded silently and curled up in her husband's arms. At this moment, this powerful supreme martial artist was just like a weak little girl. Let's enter the city, Yu Lingxue said, and Feng Yuro nodded silently. At this moment, a sentence floated from afar. The Moon Breeze couple is not without children. It's just that your cultivation is not up to par. It was Zi Xieching's voice. The couple looked up in surprise. Really? But that voice didn't sound again. Let's go. Yu Lingshue's eyes showed determination. Let's enter Tinji City. She must be in the city. Chu Yang roared, and his sword soared into the sky. Apart from him, the swords of the other 3 people all showed a slight delay. Even when facing a martial saint, the Sword Emperor's unyielding majesty was still dignified and proud. The 3 swords clanged at the same time. The sword hummed in submission. The 2 men in black snorted and were slightly surprised. Sword Emperor. Then he said coldly, If you were a sword saint, you might be able to create some trouble. But you're just a sword emperor. You won't be able to cause any trouble for my brother. Chu Yang flicked his sword and stood up. He said indifferently, Whether it's troublesome or not, you can't say it with your mouth. The 2 men in black contemptuously said, since words won't work, then we'll have to use our hands." They spread their bodies and charged from both sides. Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian immediately felt a mountain-like pressure. Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Top-notch martial saints!" Then he changed his mind and shouted, "Are you law enforcement officers?" The two men in black laughed, weirdly in unison. Their bodies moved like the wind and pressed down crazily. Chu Yang fell from the sky like a meteor. He knew that he was no match for such experts. He could only avoid them. However, the woman in black beside him was also a martial saint expert. But she had just entered the martial saint level and was far from being a match for these two. Therefore, as Chu Yang was falling, he shouted hurriedly, "Tight wind! Let's fight side by side." His tone was like that of a bandit who was attacked after failing to rob. The two men chased after him closely. Wu Qianqian held her sword horizontally, and a ray of cold light shone. She actually blocked Chu Yang's back. She was facing two martial saints alone. She even swung her right hand backward, and a gentle force caught up with Chu Yang's falling body. She actually gave him a push. Chu Yang's falling body was even more hurried. However, his heart was heavily shaken. This woman in black's cultivation was far inferior to the other party. She was distracted to send him far away, and was in even more danger. This was purely using her own life in exchange for his escape. Who was she? Why? The two men's eyes revealed a cruel look. Their swords turned into a curtain of light and pressed down like a sword mountain. Wu Qianqian snorted and shouted, "Ice seal, 3,000 miles." She pointed her sword, and the white and tender palm of her right hand shone. Suddenly, a surge of cold air surged out. In an instant, the sky turned cold and the ground froze. The next moment, Chu Yang fell into the water and sank. The next moment, the water surface was already covered with ice. Wu Qianqian's mouth revealed a smile behind her mask. "I will give you a hand and let you escape. But the other party is too strong. You can't escape, and I am also not their match. I can't stop them for long. So I will throw out 3,000 miles of ice to show my identity. If they are afraid of my master, you and I will be safe. Even if they are not afraid, they will be startled when they hear this name. Even if it is just a blink of an eye, it will be enough for you to pull away again. Then I will freeze the water. Even if they are not afraid of my master, they will still kill me. If they chase after you in the water, the ice surface, and I will be able to stop them again. With these three powers, with your intelligence, you can definitely escape with your life. I'm 100% sure of what you're capable of. Then I can be at ease. I can also be free, but don't be stupid. Don't come back to save me out of loyalty. That will make my death meaningless indeed." Once 3,000 miles of ice was used, the two high-level martial saints were stunned. They hurriedly retracted their swords and shouted, "Little girl, you are the successor of Martial Saints Feng, and you?" Wu Qianqian said coldly, So what if I am not?" The two of them were in a dilemma. It turned out that this girl was the main culprit that caused the Chen clan to be annihilated outside the city. She was the brother of Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue. Chu Yang had to be killed. This was the mission of the two dukes. It had to be completed, but the brother of Martial Saints Feng and Yu was in front of them. What should they do? The two of them looked at each other, their eyes flickering. It was late at night, and there was no one around. Even if it was, so what? Besides, their faces were covered, who would know who did it? But they were afraid that Martial Saints Feng and Yu had placed a restriction on her body. If there was a restriction, it would be troublesome. Not only would the two of them be in trouble, the Yi clan would also be in trouble. Little girl, even if you are Martial Saint Yu's brother, it's a pity that he is not here. I advise you to leave obediently. I will not pursue today's matter, one of them said in a low voice. The other person channeled all his power and focused on Wu Qianqian's mask. His martial saint cultivation was fully activated and his divine senses surrounded her. He checked Wu Qianqian's divine senses. After a long time, he finally confirmed that this little girl's power had been cultivated quickly and had not stabilized. And at this stage, there would not be any soul entrapment restriction. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. They made up their minds at the same time. They would not kill Martial Saint Yu's brother if they could. If they really had to kill him, they would do it cleanly. If you retreat, I will naturally retreat. Wu Qianqian said in a hoarse voice, I don't want to interfere in your matters, but I don't like the idea of bullying the weak and winning with numbers. The two of them said coldly, Little girl, have you made up your mind? Wu Qianqian did not hear any movement under the water for a long time. She knew that Chu Yang had escaped danger and felt comforted. She said lightly, hiding the head but showing the tail is nothing more than this. The two of them were furious. Little girl, you are courting death. Their long swords flashed, and they attacked again. The attack this time was much sharper than the previous one. A long night was fraught with problems, especially killing Martial Saint Yu's disciple. The faster the better. Wu Qianqian snorted. Her long sword flashed with coldness, and she faced them head-on. Smack! Wu Qianqian was only a third-grade martial saint, while her opponents were 8th grade. This was undoubtedly the difference between heaven and earth. In just one exchange, Wu Qianqian's long sword broke, and she flew out like a kite with a broken string. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She had tried her best to avoid a head-on confrontation with her opponents, but the huge gap in their cultivation made her unable to withstand even a little bit of the residual power. The two of them sneered and shouted, Want to leave? Can't we kill Martial Saint Yu's brother? The two of them were surprised that Wu Qianqian survived their attack. However, even though he was surprised, he still didn't hesitate to attack again. Wu Qianqian felt that her body was about to be completely crushed by such a huge force. But there was a smile in her eyes. She was free. She was satisfied. To be able to see you before I die, to be able to die for you, to be able to exchange my death for your life, that is enough. What makes me the most satisfied is that you don't know who I am. So you may sigh in your heart, but you won't feel guilty or sad. Wu Qianqian smiled bitterly. Then she brandished her broken sword and abruptly stopped her retreat. Then she charged forward. Her head of fine black hair fluttered in the wind, like a moth flying into a flame. She was about to throw her delicate body into the murderous sword light. Die. I want to die without a complete corpse. Chu Yang, if I am alive, I may appear in front of you with my real face one day. But now that I am dead, I don't want you to recognize me. The two of them attacked with all their might. Wu Qianqian rushed forward to meet them. The three of them were determined to fight head-on. But on one hand, they were confident that they would win. On the other hand, they knew that they would lose, but they still wanted to fight, because Wu Qianqian knew that since the two of them had decided to attack her, they would not allow her to escape. If she escaped now, only one of them would be able to catch up with her while the other could search for Chu Yang. She might as well fight it out here. Death was not to be regretted, but how to make the most out of it was a problem. A man's violent death could be for his ideals, career, hegemony, some noble goals, or for a woman. In short, there were too many reasons for a man to die, but when a woman was willing to die, it was mostly for the man she loved. Wu Qianqian bit her red lips and flew up resolutely. Chapter 980. The two Yi clan experts sneered as they watched Wu Qianqian charge into their sword light. Their eyes were filled with delight and a tinge of anxiety. This woman who was about to die under their swords was the disciple of Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro. They were filled with delight at the thought of this. Who would dare to kill the disciple of the Moon Breeze couple? Only us. Kill her, kill Chu Yang, and leave immediately. Dead men tell no tales. both parties were about to come into contact. Right at this moment, a sword chime that sounded like a dragon's roar suddenly appeared in the air. Following the chime, the ice on the lake suddenly melted. A sword light, like the rising sun, jumped out from the water under their feet. The next moment, it had turned into a rainbow. Yes, a rainbow. Because this sword was actually filled with the 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. This rainbow was like a bolt of lightning. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It actually surpassed Wu Qianqian's body in an instant and came into contact with the sword light of the 2 8th grade martial saints before they came into contact with each other. With a pull of his left hand, Wu Qianqian's body involuntarily flew backward. A desolate and lonely sword intent appeared in the air. With a loud clang, the 3 of them flew backward in the air. The clothes of the 2 martial saints fluttered in the air, and they staggered back a few hundred feet in the air. They looked at Chu Yang, who had charged out of the water again, in horror. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that this little guy was a 7th grade sword sovereign before entering the water. But when he leaped out of the water again, he actually became an 8th grade sword saint. This was really unbelievable. The 2 of them looked at each other and felt that their intelligence was completely wrong. They couldn't help but want to retreat immediately. To be able to reach this step, the 2 of them were naturally decisive people. They signaled each other, and without saying a word, they flew up together with the sword light and were about to fly away. Chu Yang laughed. "Want to leave? Can't I kill an 8th grade martial saint?" The tone of the sentence was exactly the same as what the 2 of them said just now. "Can't I kill Master Yu's brother?" The black figure swept past, and the sword light flashed twice. At this moment, Wu Qianqian below felt that 2 rainbows were shot out from the sword, but there was no force behind them. She couldn't help but feel strange. However, the 2 saint-level saints had a very different feeling, because these 2 rainbow rays were like 2 sharp swords, piercing straight into their eyes. In an instant, his eyes were filled with 5 different colors. For a moment, it was impossible to tell the direction. He couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of kung fu was this? Chu Yang, who had been possessed by the sword spirit, quickly shook his wrist and caused the side of the sword to instantly converge together with the neon lights from all directions to refract the sword. Wherever he went, he would first bewitch the eyes. Their bodies were in midair, but they had lost their vision and sense of direction. They were scared out of their wits. Their internal energy sank, and they quickly fell down. But Chu Yang had already caught up with them. A fierce pressure suddenly enveloped them. His 2 legs flew out like lightning. His left leg stepped on the person on the right, and his right leg stepped on the person on the left. His 2 legs crossed, and he fiercely exerted his strength. The 2 of them sank down with all their might, and then they were kicked by the opponent. With a loud crash, they landed on the shore with their buttocks facing the sky, flattening sand descending wild goose style. Their bodies were tough. They didn't care about their sorry state and jumped up, leaving 2 human-shaped dents on the ground. They were about to fly up. A cold voice said, "Why are you running? Haven't you heard of the saying, 'Lie down where you fall'?" Wu Qianqian was holding her chest and regulating her breathing. When she heard this, she almost stopped breathing. "I've only heard of 'stand up from where you fall,' but I've never heard of 'lie down from where you fall.'" Chu Yang, who was possessed by the sword spirit, spun around like lightning. His long sword shot out thousands of rainbows again. Instantly, the entire space was filled with magnificence. However, in this magnificence, there was a boundless, murderous intent. With 2 slaps, the 2 8th grade martial saints rolled back like dead dogs. Their backs were hit by the sword's spine. For a moment, it was as if they were paralyzed. They couldn't use any strength in their bodies and were slapped back until their chests were stepped on by a foot. There was still only a rainbow in front of them. They couldn't see anything clearly. Then they were kicked twice. One foot hit their chins and broke it. The other foot stepped on their dantian. With a bang, their dantian was broken. They didn't even have the strength to commit suicide, let alone fight for their lives. Then, the two of them were thrown together. They were dizzy and the sky was full of stars. The sword spirit removed the possession at lightning speed and returned to the space of consciousness. He continued to study the rainbow sword technique that Chu Yang had just comprehended. This kind of use of light was a completely new domain for the sword spirit. Previously, when Chu Yang was comprehending, the sword spirit was also comprehending. The battle this time was indeed very effective. However, the sword spirit felt that he hadn't fully unleashed and truly understood the subtleties of this sword technique. So, once the matter was over, he went back immediately. Besides, that woman in black also needed Chu Yang to take care of her, or rather, to understand her. So, the sword spirit disappeared quickly and suddenly. Chu Yang didn't even have time to prepare before he sat down on the ground. Then he came back to his senses. Wu Qianqian saw Chu Yang suddenly stumble and fall on the ground. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Ignoring the unbearable pain in her chest, she strode over and asked, Are you okay? Chu Yang grinned. I'm fine, thank you, miss. May I know who you are? He looked up and felt that although the other party was masked, she looked more and more familiar. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why does this woman in black look so much like senior sister Wu Qianqian? But it's impossible. Wu Qianqian married the Iron Cloud Emperor Tai Butian. She's now the Empress of Iron Cloud Palace. How can she be here? Besides, when I left the lower three heavens, Wu Qianqian was only a martial great master. Even if she came to the upper three heavens, it's impossible for her to suddenly become a martial saint. Even from martial great master to third-grade martial saint, there are a total of 40 levels. It's only been a year and a half, not even 2 years. How can it be? As the Tribulation Sword Master, it can't be so fast. Isn't it even more impossible for Wu Qianqian? So this woman in black definitely can't be Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian met Chu Yang's gaze and immediately turned her head to look elsewhere. Her voice was a little hoarse as she said lightly, Nothing. It's just that these two people are bullying me because they outnumber me. I can't stand it. Chu Yang laughed. Miss, you're the younger brother of Elders Feng and you. You're indeed chivalrous. Wu Qianqian said, There's no need for pleasantries. I believe you're also very anxious now. It's better to interrogate these two people as soon as possible. I heard you say that you suspect that they're law enforcement officers. Could it be that you've actually had a conflict with law enforcement officers at such a young age? Chu Yang smiled slightly. I said that they're law enforcement officers, but they're definitely not law enforcement officers. Law enforcement officers have an inexplicable aura. It's like the ruthless aura of those from the torture hall. Everyone looks like a criminal, but these two don't have such an aura, and there's no enmity or hatred between them. So they must have been instructed by someone. He smiled faintly. His eyes shone with a sharp light. He smiled cruelly. However, the truth will come out soon. Everyone is waiting anxiously. I'll continue to work overtime. I'm afraid it'll be very late tonight. Speaking of which, I haven't been able to write a single word today. I'll only say one thing. Ladies, if you've subscribed, please enter the group. I'll keep your secret and won't reveal anything about you. How much did you spend to subscribe? Give me your account number and I'll look it up. According to your fan value, I'll return it to you. Then please take it down. It's much better. Please find something that suits your taste. I really can't afford to offend you. I'm very sorry that I can't give you all the money you spent. I can only give you the portion that I earned. Thank you. Thank you for your love for my novel. Goodbye. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble for you. I, Fengling, should still be able to gain your trust in this circle. The phone number 7898. I'm not going to use it anymore from today onwards. You can call me or not in the future, although I'll have to change the number for wireless, simplified, and traditional. I'm not afraid of trouble. I've just settled this matter with my chief editor tonight. My phone number will be kept a secret in the future. Chapter 981. Wu Qianqian nodded and said tiredly, "Then you deal with it. I have to leave." Chu Yang frowned and said, "Miss is still injured. It's better for you to rest." Wu Qianqian endured the pain and said lightly, "I have my ways." She was about to leave. At such a close distance, Chu Yang could confirm her identity at any time. Wu Qianqian dared to bet that Chu Yang was already doubting whether she was Wu Qianqian. But whether it was time, space, cultivation, or identity, the gap was too big for Chu Yang to be sure. If she was not a martial saint and not the brother of Moon Breeze, then Chu Yang would definitely have called out her name by now. Chu Yang thought for a while and took out a pill from his pocket. He said, "This is a medicine for injuries. You can try it." "Thank you." Wu Qianqian was not pretentious. She took it and put it in her mouth without even looking at it. Chu Yang looked at her with shining eyes and smiled slightly. "Miss, have we met before?" Wu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. She said, "I don't think so. I don't have any impression of you. But I think you look familiar." Chu Yang grinned. "I think you look like an old friend of mine." Wu Qianqian said lightly, "Is she your confidant?" Chu Yang sighed and chuckled. He did not say anything. Wu Qianqian smiled lightly. "Take care, goodbye." Her slender figure suddenly rose and turned in the air. She disappeared without a trace like a shooting star. Chu Yang asked from behind, "Miss, don't you want to know who Li Daoping's 2 suppliers are?" Wu Qianqian did not reply. She seemed to have walked far away. "Chu Yang, you still avoided my question." Wu Qianqian smiled bitterly as she walked away. Wu Qianqian had mustered up her courage to ask the question, "Is she your soulmate?" She had tried her best to control herself, but she couldn't help but want to confirm her position in Chu Yang's heart. However, Chu Yang avoided this question again. At this moment, Wu Qianqian did not know what to feel. Besides, Chu Yang was going to extort a confession in the next moment. She knew Chu Yang's methods, what he wanted. She could definitely get it out, and the scene would be very bloody. It was inappropriate for him to be here. Chu Yang looked in the direction where Wu Qianqian had left. He was in a daze for a while. Then he silently said in his heart, "Sword Spirit, tell me, did I do the right thing?" The Sword Spirit said indifferently, "What's right?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "You count. Am I right to treat senior sister Wu this way?" The Sword Spirit's eyes widened. "Aren't you sure it's not her?" Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I don't know why she came to the upper 3 heavens, and why she became the younger brother of Elders Feng and you. I don't know how she reached the saint level, but I am certain that this is her. I can't be wrong." The Sword Spirit frowned. "Reason." Chu Yang said softly, "Previously, she tried her best to be indifferent because she was afraid that I would recognize her. But there was one sentence that made me suspicious." "That sentence? Could it be that at such a young age you already had a conflict with Li Fei-ping?" There was bitterness in Chu Yang's eyes. "Although I look young, I have the cultivation of a sword emperor, and this cultivation is already enough to retain my youth. If she didn't know me, how could she be so sure that I'm young?" And this sentence, she was obviously worried. She was just a chance acquaintance. Why was she so worried about me? The Sword Spirit said. It could also be that she felt indignant. It's hard to say for sure. It's very far-fetched to use this reason to confirm. All right. The second reason is that when I gave her the healing medicine, she didn't even look at it before she threw it into her mouth. Chu Yang smiled. She trusted me too much. You must know that she's a woman, a young woman. How could she trust a stranger for the first time? But senior sister Wu always trusted me unconditionally. The sword spirit nodded silently. Thirdly, I asked her if we had met before. Her heart beat violently at that moment. Chu Yang said. Fourthly, she asked me if she was my close female friend. It's very presumptuous to use this sentence between a man and a woman who met for the first time. Even if it's not presumptuous, there's a strong desire in this sentence. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. If she wasn't senior sister Wu, I would be blind. The sword spirit was silent for a moment. If you were sure of her identity, if that's the case, then your avoidance of me again is too heartbreaking. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then he said softly, How could I not be touched? How could I not be moved? How could I be willing to break her heart? But I hurt her. I thought that after I left, her heart would fade. Besides, she had already decided to marry Tai Butian. Tai Butian is also a man. Even though he's an emperor, he's also my friend. If I said anything, wouldn't I be destroying her family? So I could only avoid it. That's right. Why did the Empress of Iron Cloud come to the upper 3 heavens? The sword spirit frowned. He couldn't help but agree with Chu Yang's words. It was as if he only saw that Wu Qianqian would be heartbroken, but actually neglected the fact that she was already Tai Butian's wife. It was indeed inappropriate for Chu Yang to say anything now. If a man as extraordinary as Tai Butian were to be cuckolded, it would be too much to justify. Moreover, they were friends. But what the sword spirit didn't know was that if Tai Butian herself had heard Chu Yang sing, Tai Butian is also a man, she would probably have the urge to strangle Chu Yang to death on the spot. I even gave birth to a son for you, and you're actually still a man. Your whole family is men. Let's not talk about this. Chu Yang was a little upset. After confirming Wu Qianqian's identity, Chu Yang had some inexplicable complaints. He was touched, but also a little angry. You've already become someone else's wife. Why don't you abide by the rules of a wife? Yes, you were so affectionate towards me previously. I let you down. I didn't respond to any of your efforts directly. I was a little heartless, but my heart only has Qingguo. Now, you're already someone else's wife, but you're following in my footsteps. Why is this? How am I supposed to deal with this? When I see Tai Butian in the future, even if I didn't do anything, how am I supposed to face my former comrade, my former brother, and my former friend? Sigh. Chu Yang sighed. He still decided, if there's a chance, I have to persuade her. Senior sister Wu, you already have a husband. Don't follow me. Go back to your husband's side. It's really not a good thing. If one day I can't control myself, then I really won't have the face to face the rest of the world. Chu Yang felt somewhat annoyed as he thought about this. So he took large strides towards the 2 unlucky captives. Then he tore off their masks and looked at their faces. Both of them opened their eyes wide and ferociously glared at him. They didn't show any signs of weakness. Chu Yang thought to himself, the one on the left, his face shape, eyes, and temperament all have a hint of fearlessness. Although the other one is also unafraid of death, his eyes are a little evasive. When it comes to extorting confessions, if King of Hell Chu claimed to be second in the world, perhaps even the torture hall of the law enforcement officers wouldn't dare to claim to be first. With a thought, he made up his mind. He grabbed the one on the left. Without saying anything, he shook his hand and slapped him. With a loud smack, 8 or 9 teeth fell out. Don't even think about getting anything out of me, this person said fiercely and vaguely. I don't intend to ask. I just want to teach you a lesson so that even your juniors won't dare to be human. Chu Yang slapped him back. Did I ask you? With a loud smack, the right side of his face collapsed. 2 slaps. All of his teeth were slapped out. Chu Yang grabbed him and tore his clothes with a schwa sound. With a kick, he kicked his naked body to the side of a tree. Then he stomped on his crotch. With a loud smack, his crotch was badly mutilated. Chu Yang snorted. I'm not asking you. He stomped on him again. I'm asking you? I'm so bored that I'm asking you. Bang! This martial saint was in so much pain that he couldn't cry out. Now that he had just caught his breath, he was about to cry out miserably. Smack! A piece of mud and grass was stuffed into his crotch. It was stuffed with so much force that this person let out a cry and fainted. Chapter 982. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, Really? A leg was placed on his crotch. It's true. It's true. The man trembled as he spoke. Seeing that the foot was about to land on him, he suddenly roared and desperately said, I'll tell you everything. I just want you to give me a quick death. If what I said isn't true, then let all 8 generations of my ancestors be bastards. Please believe me, boo. He actually started to cry. His consciousness had been completely destroyed. In his eyes, the current Chu Yang was absolutely the incarnation of the devil. He was much more terrifying than the Grim Reaper. As a person who lived in the martial world, he had seen many torture interrogations. However, it was the first time he had seen such a clean and efficient interrogation. It was as if the interrogation was purely for the pleasure of torturing and not for the purpose of getting anything out of him, especially the fact that this guy's soul had been scattered all over the place. Yet there wasn't even a single drop of blood on his body. He looked at Chu Yang's black clothes in fear. His 2 hands subconsciously supported himself on the ground, and his body kept sliding backwards. Chu Yang followed his gaze and looked at himself. He suddenly said, Oh, I forgot to mention I'm a clean freak. The person on the ground vomited with a sickening sound. He vomited until tears flowed out of his eyes. Clean freak! You have a freaking clean freak. Looking at the man's reaction, Chu Yang smiled faintly. Tell me, who instructed you to come here? Chu Yang asked faintly. 2nd Duke Yi Shifeng instructed. 3rd Duke Yi Shiyu planned this. Yi Shifeng? Yi Shiyu? Why do you want to kill me? Because 2nd Duke dislikes you. You made a fool of 3rd Duke this. Just for this? Chu Yang was slightly suspicious. It's absolutely true. Telling half a lie will make me the same as him. The man immediately started to swear. I'll believe you for now. Who came from the Yi clan this time? How many supreme martial artists? What's their level? 30 people came. One of them is a supreme martial artist. One is a 5th grade supreme martial artist, and 2 are 3rd grade supreme martial artists. There are also 5 2nd grade martial saints, 10 8th grade martial saints. 50 of them are 1st grade or 2nd grade martial saints. The rest are all peak martial monarchs. The man replied exceptionally quickly. Oh, so many people. Chu Yang frowned. According to common sense, a big clan should have suffered a serious injury by mobilizing these forces, right? Is the industry so powerful? This was also a question that Chu Yang had been considering for a long time. No, there are still many experts in the family. This person said in a panic. He was afraid that Chu Yang would think that he was lying. So he hurriedly said, Moreover, the big clans nowadays are not the same as the big clans of the past, especially the men of the clans. They are even more different. Are they different from the men of the big clans in the past? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Don't tell me that the men of your big clans have 2 balls now? No, they don't have 2 balls. This person said tearfully, I don't know the exact reason either. I only know that a few thousand years ago, the Dharma Supreme gathered the leaders of the big clans for a meeting. Then the experts of the big clans began to semi-retire and secret organizations were formed in each of the clans. And from then on, heavenly treasures and earthly treasures were really valued. Other than a few talented geniuses, those who are worth nurturing would be endlessly nurtured with elixirs. There are really many experts in the big clans now. Chu Yang frowned. How many experts does the Yi clan have? This time only 2 secret branches have been mobilized. Each branch has mobilized 1/3 of its members, and there are 8 secret organizations like the Yi clan. This person said, I don't know how many people there are in total. Chu Yang fell into deep thought. There was something fishy about this matter. From the memory of the first tribulation, Sword Master, the Dharma Supreme of the law enforcement officers, should be on the same side as the tribulation, Sword Master. Therefore, as long as the previous tribulation Sword Masters killed their way up to the upper 3 heavens and obtained the tribulation Sword Fragment, they would look for the Dharma Supreme to discuss important matters. But this time, the Dharma Supreme did this and instructed the big clans on how to increase their strength. Was he obviously making things difficult for the tribulation Sword Master? What was the reason for this? After Chu Yang obtained this memory, he had thought of going to the headquarters of the law enforcement officers to look for the Dharma Supreme. He didn't ask for any help, just that the Dharma Supreme wouldn't help either side. This would be a great help to him. But now he actually found out about this matter. There was no doubt that there was something wrong with the Dharma Supreme. Chu Yang's back was covered in cold sweat. Luckily, he didn't go. Otherwise, he would really be killed by the memory of the first tribulation Sword Master and wouldn't even know how he died. What medicine did the clan bring this time? Chu Yang suppressed the question of the Dharma Supreme in his heart and asked, Our Yi clan has sent out the perverted lotus this time. Furthermore, we have already sent it to the medicine banquet in advance under the protection of the supreme martial artist. Actually, our Yi clan has already gone through the selection of the medicine banquet this time. This person trembled. There's such a thing. Chu Yang was furious. Can this thing be manipulated behind the scenes? The king of Hell Chu wasn't angry because of the manipulation behind the scenes, but because the perverted lotus had already been handed over to the medicine banquet. With the Zhuge clan's concealment methods, the possibility of him obtaining the perverted lotus before the competition was close to 0. This was the real reason for his anger. The medicinal herbs for Chu Lu Er's treatment were about to be gathered, but such a thing happened? This martial saint lowered his head, speechlessly. Too despicable. Chu Yang said angrily, You brought so many people this time, so many experts. It can't be that you're just discording, right? Could it be that you have other motives? Chu Yang calmly raised a series of questions. I heard that in the previous battle to encircle and annihilate the 3 Stars Divine Clan, the people from the Zhuge clan joined forces with the Long clan and captured an elder of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. Moreover, during this period of time, he has been imprisoned in the Zhuge clan. The Zhuge clan has received many benefits from this secret information. Therefore, this time we have to see if we can get this person out. Someone from the Divine Clan? In the Zhuge clan? When Chu Yang heard this, he was really shocked for a moment. Suddenly, the old hatred in his heart surged. He suddenly remembered that in the lower 3 heavens, Zhuge Changfeng had led people to besiege his brothers. It was also at that time that Tan Tan's identity was confirmed, so that was it. At that time, almost all of his brothers were killed or injured. The Zhuge clan had yet to pay back this debt. Chu Yang pondered and said, When will your elder ancestor, Yi Di, arrive? This time, this person's eyes suddenly showed signs of resistance. He actually stuttered and didn't speak. Chu Yang nodded and sneered. Actually, Yi Di isn't like what Yi Shifeng said. He won't be here for a period of time, right? Instead, he has been here for a long time, which means he has always been in the Yi clan's team. Is that right? This person lowered his head, dejectedly. Chu Yang thought for a while and said, Go on your way. That person suddenly raised his head. Chu Yang had already smashed the top of his head with his palm. The night was dark and the lakeside was dark. Steam rose and Chu Yang's muttering could be faintly heard. Yi Shifeng, Yi Xiu, Yi clan, Zhuge clan, he muttered again. It seems that the Lan clan should be more resentful towards the Zhuge clan. He recalled that when the sword spirit possessed Zhuge Changfeng and fought against him, Zhuge Changfeng had once said in shock, "You are from the Lan clan!" If there is no animosity, why would Zhuge Changfeng only mention the Lan clan and not the other clans when he was at the critical moment of life and death? Chu Yang muttered softly. His voice was actually filled with a sinister and scheming tone. It's not good to be so complicated. It's better to make it simpler. I think Diwu Qingru is also looking forward to it? Chu Yang smiled lightly. His black figure floated up and instantly disappeared into the darkness. When he returned to the inn, he saw that Zi Xieching and Chu Lu had already returned. Chu Lu was lying on the small bed. Her breathing was light and she had already fallen asleep. However, Zi Xieching seemed to be waiting for him. Chu Yang calmed down and asked, "Where did you go?" Zi Xieching smiled lightly. "I went out to play." Chu Yang suddenly felt that Zi Xieching's temperament seemed to be different from before. It was as if she was more perfect and more powerful. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What happened?" Zi Xieching's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. "I think I can gather the Tao state energy that I need in a short period of time." Chu Yang was instantly overjoyed. "Congratulations! I'm finally going to be free." "Yes." Zi Xieching rolled her eyes at him and said, "There's still a little gap now. This gap can only be filled up by you. So during this period of time, you don't need to rest. I'll help you improve your cultivation and comprehend the Tao state." Chu Yang was about to cry. "Big sister Zi," Zi Xieching smiled coldly. Chu Yang's eyes turned and he said, "I can agree to Big Sister Zi's request. I'm not an outsider to help Big Sister Zi. However, you have to do me a favor too." Zi Xieching was so angry that she laughed. This guy, although she was collecting the Tao state energy, it was of great benefit to Chu Yang. This guy actually took advantage of her and even ordered her around. "What's the matter?" Chu Yang smiled mysteriously and said, "If I succeed now, the Tao state energy that I collect will also be unlimited." Zi Xieching's eyes lit up. She gave him a kick and raised her eyebrows. "Say it quickly." "I heard that there's an expert of the Divine Clan imprisoned in the Zhuge clan." Chu Yang said mysteriously, "Now, there's a heavenly secret in all directions. We only need to do this, and we can do that. Haha, by then all the experts will do that, and then you can do that your head." Zi Xieching was very interested and beamed with joy. After hearing it, she was very sure. However, she grabbed Chu Yang's that and gave him another knock on the head. Only then did she go back to her room to sleep. Chapter 983. When Zi Xieching returned to her room, she remembered that she did not tell Chu Yang about the battle between the Moon Breeze duo. She thought to herself, "There's no harm in telling him tomorrow, he might not mind anyway." But the Moon Breeze duo's Moon Breeze technique, to have a child. "Haha, Chu Yang, this is my present for you. I hope you can hold on to it well." Before dawn, a white shadow shot out from Zi Xieching's room and disappeared in a flash. Chu Yang, who was meditating, heard a sentence clearly. "I'll go and take a look at the first step." The voice was as weak as gossamer. Chu Yang opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth revealed a subtle smile. Then he frowned slightly and thought to himself, "This matter, it would be better if Diwu Qingru knew about it, because this would benefit the Diwu clan. Diwu Qingru would naturally plan accordingly." Thinking of this, Chu Yang felt a little regretful. He should not have borrowed someone else's knife to kill Diwu Qingyun so early on. Now he did not even have a messenger. Chu Yang frowned and thought bitterly, "How can I let this matter reach Diwu Qingru's ears?" The white shadow circled around Tianji City like the wind and landed with a swoosh. With a shake of his hand, he flipped a window and a ray of white light shot in like lightning. In the room, Yi Shifeng and Yi Shiyu were waiting anxiously. Why aren't they back yet? Could it be that something happened? Just as Yi Shifeng finished his sentence, the window was shattered. A ray of white light was nailed onto the beam of the room. It was a short sword that shone with cold light. On top of it there was a snow-white note. There seemed to be words written on it with fresh blood. Yi Shiyu leaped up and pulled it out. There were only 4 words written in red on it. Overestimating yourself. Angry roars could be heard as the experts of the Yi clan leaped onto the roof. Yi Shifeng and his brother also hurried out. A masked white shadow stood afar. When he saw everyone coming out, he let out a contemptuous laugh and pointed a finger at everyone. He sneered and said, "Yi clan! Yi clan! Wait! Ha ha ha!" With a loud laugh, the white shadow turned into a white line. He flew into the distance. The few supreme martial artists of the Yi clan were enraged. They shouted angrily, "Chase!" Several people chased after him like shooting stars. However, the white figure had already disappeared without a trace. In another part of the city, a white figure descended from the sky. At the same time, his white robe strangely turned black, the color of the night. The white shadow turned into a black shadow, but now no one could tell that the shadow was a woman. Her body had become short and fat. Like a shooting star, he rushed into an inn. Without any hesitation, he threw out a palm strike. With a loud boom, a few of the best rooms in an inn were smashed into pieces. The black shadow said in a low voice, "You don't know what's good for you. How dare trash like you think you can enter the triumphant St. Clan's treasury? Come out. This old man will teach you all a lesson. If you know what's good for you, scram." Before he could finish his words, a few people who were furious jumped out with a swoosh. The Ling clan's supreme martial artists were truly furious. First, they were ruthlessly humiliated by a woman on the road, but their strength was inferior, so they could only swallow their anger. However, their hearts were already exploding from holding it in. After coming to Tianji City and receiving news about supreme martial artist Feng and Yu, they were even more pressured. After last night, Shan Deku and the rest came back to discuss until midnight. Just as they were about to rest for a while, their rooms were suddenly destroyed moreover. The things he said were even more baffling. What? Do they think our Ling clan is made of mud? Who dares to bully us just because they want to? There's no end to this. The white robe flashed and appeared outside the inn. The man in black opposite seemed to be startled. He laughed dryly. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." He turned and left. Mistook you for someone else? Hearing this, everyone was so angry that their bellies were about to explode. Why didn't you mistake the beggar for your father? You even destroyed the room, and now you say you mistook me for someone else? In their fury, the 4 supreme martial artists attacked at the same time. However, the man in black was already far away. How could the 4 of them let it go? How could the Ling clan's reputation be so easily humiliated? If they didn't get an explanation for this matter, they wouldn't be able to survive in the future. The 4 of them gave their orders and chased after him. The 4 of them were so angry that their chests were about to explode. Early in the morning by the Shuiyu Lake, the morning mist was drifting. Yi Shifeng, Yi Shiyu, and the 3 elders in black stood by the lake. They looked at the 2 corpses that were too horrible to look at. Their faces were very ugly. They followed the man in white here. However, he had disappeared without a trace. Instead, they found these 2 corpses. Yi Shifeng exclaimed on the spot. It turned out that this man led them here to see these 2 corpses. In other words, it was a show of force. Yi Shifeng and Yi Shiyu looked at each other and saw the regret and disbelief in each other's eyes. Both of them didn't expect that 2 8th-grade martial saints would die on the spot trying to kill a small Chuyang. One of the corpses was already covered with ants. There were even spiders, bees, and even some wasps and other insects. It was already impossible to tell that it was a corpse. The other corpse's brain was splattered, and it was lying stiffly in the mud. Its face was distorted, and there was still a trace of extreme fear on its face. The 5 of them looked at it for a long time. In the end, they still couldn't understand what could have caused such a martial saint expert to be so fearful even in death. This was the most difficult death in history. One of the 3 elders in black stood with his hands behind his back. His expression didn't change. At this moment, he slowly walked forward and took a closer look. He said, "Since he wants us to take a look, let's take a good look." With a wave of his hand, his sleeves suddenly rolled up. The insects and ants hanging on the corpse on the tree were instantly wiped clean. Everyone looked at the hideous appearance of the corpse. They all took in a breath of cold air. They only felt that their internal organs were about to be churned. It was too tragic. It's the night sky and night clouds. This person walked forward slowly and looked expressionlessly. Then he glanced at the corpse on the ground and sighed. Good move. The person who did this is definitely the most ruthless official in the world. Come. He pondered for a while, and his eyes revealed that he was deep in thought. It's a super ruthless official, an expert, and a typical executioner like the king of hell. He pointed with his finger and sighed again. It's really a good move. This person's grasp of the mentality of an expert is also the best in the world. Yi Feng and the other elder did not understand. Elder Master, what do you mean? This person smiled faintly and pointed with his finger. He said he first broke Yi Kong's jaw and then severed his elixir field. In this way, Yi Kong could only let him do whatever he wanted. Then his next step was to cleanly destroy Yi Kong's lower body. This branch should have pierced through his skull and nailed him to the tree at that time. He pointed at the branch. This person's corpse was leaning against this branch that was not considered thick. It was hung on the tree and was still standing. The end of the branch was on his forehead and it was still green. Then he should have broken all the bones in Yi Kong's body one by one. Then he made cuts all over his body. First, he poured salt water into the wounds and then covered them with salt. Then he used honey and scraped the salt into the flesh that had already been cut open. Yi Kong died. His body and soul were destroyed, and his soul was scattered. He was tortured to this state. This elder was silent for a while and said, "It's really a good move. But even if it was a deep hatred, it would have been fine to just kill him. Why did he have to torture him to death so cruelly?" Yi Feng was filled with righteous indignation, and his eyes were slightly red. These 2 people were sent by him. It could be said that it was because of him that they died. Yi Feng did not feel good about it. "Idiot," the elder scolded in a low voice and said, "Do you think that he tortured Yi Kong just to vent his anger and torment him verbally? Is it not?" Yi Feng was so angry that his whole body trembled. This murderous executioner, he tortured Yi Kong until his soul was scattered. Isn't that still torturing Yi Kong? The elder sighed and said, he did this to make use of Yi Kong's cruelty to destroy Yi Yan's psychological defense. Yi Kong and Yi Yan are both 8th grade martial saints. If the 2 of them were to be tortured together, no matter how cruel the torture was, they would still be able to endure till the end and would not say anything. However, he only tortured Yi Kong alone. He did not even touch a single finger of Yi Yan. As such, when Yi Yan saw his brother being tortured, he felt much worse than being tortured himself. This is because when you are being tortured, when you are in extreme pain, you will only think of the pain and will not think of anything else. Therefore, the crueler the torture, the easier it is for those who are stubborn to endure until they die. However, those who are watching by the side will definitely not. This is because his thinking is very flexible. Therefore, he was imagining what would happen if he was the one being tortured. This kind of thinking is definitely not of his own volition. Therefore, Yi Kong did not say anything in the beginning and did not say anything in the end. This person did not even need to ask, because he knew that Yi Kong would not say anything. His main target was Yi Yan. Therefore, When Yi Kong died, Yi Yin had already collapsed. Otherwise, this person would definitely not have let Yi Kong die. Look at Yi Yin's eyes. Are they filled with fear when he died? Look at his face. Are there still traces of fear? I knew. This person already knew what he wanted to know. The elder took in a deep breath. If he is not a veteran of torture, he will definitely not know this method. Shifeng, this time, all of you have gotten yourself into big trouble. Could it be Chu Yang? Yi Xiu lowered his head and asked softly. Probably not. The elder's eyes were calm as he said, From what all of you have said, that young man is not even 20 years old. Haha, at such a young age, even if he is from a big clan, he may not be able to be so scheming. Not to mention killing 2 8th-grade martial saints. At this moment, a black shadow came from afar. There were actually a few white shadows chasing after him. Looking at the black clothes, they seemed to be from the Yi clan. Seeing the 5 of them standing here, he sped up and ran over. The 5 of them frowned. Who was this person who was so audacious? How dare he chase after people from the Yi clan? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's not talk about sensitive topics. I have danced with ink and wrote a poem. Brothers, please have a taste. I am very satisfied. Ha! Yan Huang men can do it. Throughout the ages, Huaxia was full of romance. Better to endure humiliation than revenge. Jiang, he has the bones of a hero. How many heroes remain in the wind and clouds? Why not fight with their swords and sabers? How can we let our seniors be humiliated again? Slay all the bastards and pirates. Slay all the bastards. 5,000 years of glory. 80,000 miles of beauty. We have a heart of loyalty and iron bones. Chapter 984. The black figure was getting closer and closer. From a small dot, it could be seen that this was a short and slightly bloated person. There were not many people like this in the Yi clan's team, but there were definitely more than enough of them. Suddenly, the black figure staggered and fell to the ground. Then he bounced back up with all his might. Yi Shifeng blurted out, "Not good." Everyone could see that this person was injured. Because of this stagger, the figure behind him quickly caught up with him and struck him with a palm from afar. Just as the black figure bounced back up, the fatal palm was about to hit him. He blurted out, "Save." Before he could finish his sentence, his body was hit by the powerful palm. He paused strangely in midair. Then he raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body suddenly split into pieces in midair and turned into a bloody mist. It had completely disappeared. One palm strike actually caused a person to vanish into thin air. Gone. The 5 members of the Yi clan clearly saw the figure suddenly stop, and then the body suddenly split apart, shattering into pieces in the air. Then the 4 limbs and the head exploded with a bang. It was a terrifying process. The 5 of them looked at this scene solemnly, and their eyes were filled with extreme anger. The elder's face also became cold and hard. He said plainly, "One palm strike into the void." This is a technique that only a supreme martial artist can use. Looks like the Ling clan is determined. Yi Shifeng and Yi Xiu kept their mouths shut and did not say a word. The other 2 supreme martial artists looked as if they were about to spit fire. They looked over and clenched their fists tightly. Normally, they would not be so angry. However, they had just seen the tragic corpses of 2 experts from their clan. Furthermore, they were lured here by someone else. This was obviously a show of force. Then they saw another expert from their clan being smashed into pieces right in front of them. This was simply adding fuel to the fire. Even the elder master, who had great composure, had a face full of anger, not to mention the others. There was a mindset here. The other party was a white figure that lured them here. There were 2 corpses here, waiting here. The corpses belonged to the Yi clan, and the person in black who was smashed into pieces, just now seemed to be from the Yi clan too, and the white figure chasing behind him was similar to the previous white figure. First, 2 people died, and now 1 died in front of them. Motherfucker! Are you done with your demonstration? Unknowingly, he had placed the 3 blood debts on this group of people in white. Let's go and take a look. The 5 of them floated out at the same time. When the 5 of them arrived, the 4 supreme beings of the Ling clan had also arrived. When they saw each other, they suddenly stopped and looked at each other from 50 feet away. Everyone's face was solemn. In the depths of his eyes, there was a faint trace of anger. They were all trying their best to restrain themselves. I was wondering who was so overbearing. So it's you guys. These words came out of the 2 people's mouths at the same time, without missing a single word. The old ancestor of the Yi clan and the supreme martial artist of the Ling clan. It was as if the lines had been rehearsed. Ho ho ho! The eyes of this old ancestor of the Yi clan flashed, and he laughed coldly. He was the first to speak, and said, "Brother Ling, this is indeed a good move. Good kung fu. A single slap was enough to make a person disappear into thin air. I'm impressed." Supreme martial artist Ling's face turned even gloomier. God knew that he didn't even try to kill him just now. That person led him all the way here, and he couldn't do anything to him at all. That person's cultivation was definitely not below his. That slap just now was only meant to injure him or stop him from escaping. That was all. Who would have thought that with a palm strike, it would actually directly smash the person into nothingness? This motherfucker really caught him off guard. He was a little stunned and a little angry, but he saw that the people of the Yi clan had been waiting here for a long time, and they actually dared to speak first and denounce him. Instantly, a wave of anger rose. Ho ho, Brother Yi, you're really in a good mood, coming to admire the scenery of the lake so early in the morning. What a good mood! What a good mood! Supreme martial artist Ling laughed coldly and said in a rather strange tone. When the old ancestor of the Yi clan heard this, he almost couldn't hold it in. Good mood? Good mood. If I wasn't lured out by you bunch of bastards, why would I come here so early in the morning? Hearing this, he put on a fake smile and said, "Ha ha ha! Brother Ling is indeed an expert. You can actually see with a single glance that we are here to admire the scenery of the lake. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Such eyesight, such wisdom, such wisdom. It is indeed like the fart of a celestial being. It is truly extraordinary." The supreme martial artist Ling's face darkened, and he said lightly, "Yi Zhang Zue! What does the Yi clan mean by this?" This old ancestor of the Yi clan was the 4th grandfather, Yi Zhang Zue. When he heard this, no matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't help but ask, "Ling Yuan Shan, what do I mean?" I'd like to ask you, what does the Ling clan mean by this?" Ling Yuan Shan laughed coldly and looked at Yi Zhangzue with a cold gaze. He said, word by word, "The Ling clan has never provoked the Yi clan. I shouldn't have." Yi Zhangzue narrowed his eyes and said, "The Yi clan has never wanted to be enemies with the Ling clan. But you, Ling Yuan Shan, killed my men in front of me. He's indeed one of your men." Ling Yuanshan's eyes were as sharp as knives. "But he was killed by you." Yi Zhangzue raised his head, and his eyes were as dark as the night. "Well done," Ling Yuanshan said. Yi Zhangzue laughed coldly and said lightly, "This is blood. This is a human life." Ling Yuanshan, "Do you know that this is hatred?" Ling Yuanshan laughed coldly and said, "I know that too. This is dignity, this is reputation." Yi Zhangzue laughed loudly and said, "What a joke! What a joke! What dignity! What nonsense reputation!" Ling Yuanshan's pupils constricted, and he said lightly, "Yi Zhangzue, it seems like there's going to be a battle between you and me. Don't you want to battle with me?" Yi Zhangzue looked at him provocatively and said, "If you don't battle with me, everything that you've done is a joke." Ling Yuanshan stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, I fought with the heavens, the earth, and humans. I've never retreated in the past 3,000 years. He laughed coldly and his eyes turned cold. However, the Yi family is too despicable. You want to drag the Ling family into this mess for the sake of an elder of the divine tribe. Yi Zhangzue, you've got a good plan. Yi Zhangzue was shocked. He looked deeply at Ling Yuanshan and said, Ling Yuanshan, how did you know about this? Ling Yuanshan shook his head and laughed. I didn't know. You told me. I told you. Yi Zhangzue stopped the 4 people behind him. He frowned and glanced behind him. Suddenly he asked softly, Ling Yuanshan, your Ling family wasn't here last night? Ling Yuanshan was stunned and said, You mean we were instigated? Both of them were second-grade supreme martial artists and had surpassed a boundary between immortals and mortals. Although they were angry, their minds would not be affected by this. Just as the 2 of them were about to fight, Ling Yuanshan's words woke Yi Zhangzue up from his stupor. You told me, but how could I tell others about this? Could it be the man in black? Yi Zhangzue thought of this in an instant. Shifeng, go back and check, see who's missing. Yi Zhangzue frowned and changed his mind. No, you go. Shifeng can't do it alone. A second-grade supreme martial artist behind him agreed. He stood up and disappeared like a puff of green smoke. Yi Zhangzue turned around and looked at Ling Yuanshan. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Ling Yuanshan shook his head and laughed. If you really wanted to fight with me, you wouldn't have used such a childish method. Now that Yi Zhangzue's men had left, Ling Yuanshan believed Yi Zhangzue. At their level, some things did not need to be said. None of them were fools. Yi Zhangzue smiled bitterly and said, That's right. We were lured out by a white figure. When we came here, we found the bodies of 2 martial saints from the Yi clan. Then you appeared. Ling Yuanshan's eyes narrowed. Bodies of martial saints from the Yi clan? The 2 of them looked at each other. They could faintly feel that they had fallen into a huge conspiracy. Yi Zhangzue did not say much and led the way to the lake. Looking at the 2 bodies, even with Ling Yuanshan's cultivation, he took a deep breath. The 3 people behind him were even more shocked. Their throats itched and they almost vomited. Everyone was silent. Now that things had come to this, the truth had been clarified. They had been instigated. But even if they had been instigated, they could not take back what they had said just now. Regardless of whether it was Ling Yuanshan or Yi Zhangzue, they had planted a nail in each other's heart. The Yi clan could not be humiliated. How could the Ling clan be provoked so easily? The 2 clans each had their own dignity and bottom line. Although what the 2 of them had said was not too bad, as 3rd-grade supreme martial artists, saying such things was 10,000 times worse than ordinary people cursing. Not to mention, there was the matter of the divine tribe elder. Once this secret was exposed, the Yi clan would feel uncomfortable, and so would the Ling clan. Even if the Ling clan said that they had no ulterior motives, who in the Yi clan would believe them? Moreover, how much benefit would there be? It was hard to explain. Even the Yi clan, the number 1 clan among the great clans, had such a scheme, let alone the Ling clan. Yi Zhangzue and Ling Yuanshan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The 2 of them clearly knew that although they had not really fought from this moment on, the relationship between the Ling clan and the Yi clan would not be the same as before. Yi Zhangzue thought, Will the Ling clan interfere in this matter? Ling Yuanshan was thinking, Divine Tribe Elder? What benefits are there in this? Why is the Zhuge clan so precious that even the Yi clan covets it? This matter, it is hard to think about. If the Ling clan, Ling Yuanshan immediately stopped himself from thinking about this matter. However, this thought had taken root in his mind and could not be removed. There was something to be said. Tomorrow, the 15th of the month, is Aoshi's birthday. Tonight, I will work overtime to write my story. Tomorrow I will release as much as I can. After 2 a.m., I will release it at 8:30 a.m. or 9 a.m. Chapter 985. Not long after, Yi Duding arrived like a whirlwind. He looked at Yi Zhangzue and wanted to say something. Speak, Yi Zhangzue said. It's not one of us. A trace of bitterness appeared on Yi Duding's face. I went back to take a look. Everyone is safe and sound. Other than Yi Tian and Yi Yin, they are all here. Everyone was silent. Ling Yuanshan sighed and said, Brother Yi, this is a huge conspiracy, and we have already fallen into it. Although we don't know who the hidden enemy is, at least for now, their target has already been set on us. Yi Zhangzue frowned and nodded. For this instigation, the other party paid the price with the life of an expert. It was almost like he committed suicide and gave his life to my hands. Ling Yuanshan looked at Yi Zhangzue. In this world, other than the big clans, who else can have such a death warrior? Yi Zhangzue's face turned even darker. He swallowed his saliva and said, Brother Ling, what do you mean? Ling Yuanshan smiled faintly. This happened because the enemy wanted to reap the benefits, so their target must be that so-called divine tribe elder. Only when both our clans suffer losses will they be able to reap the benefits. Brother, don't you think so? When he said the words sacred tribe elder, his voice paused for a moment. He didn't want to pause, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he couldn't help but pause. When Yi Zhangzue heard Ling Yuanshan say divine tribe elder, he felt conflicted and uncomfortable. This has nothing to do with the Ling clan. What are you doing? He even emphasized it, damn. He raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Brother Ling, what do you mean? Brother Yi, please be honest with me. Ling Yuanshan smiled coldly. The Ling clan can't be used by others. Yi Zhangzue pondered for a while and said slowly, Previously, the two clans joined forces and paid a huge price to capture the third elder of the divine tribe. These two clans are the Zhuge clan and the Lan clan. The Lan clan. Ling Yuanshan's eyes narrowed. This matter is extremely confidential. Currently, only the four of us know about this matter. As for our Yi clan, it was only a while ago that we received a mysterious letter and found out about this matter. Yi Zhangzue looked at Ling Yuanshan and said, I won't say anything else. Brother Ling, you and I are both from aristocratic families. You should know that with 10,000 years of inheritance, aristocratic families need to be cautious in their actions. Ling Yuanshan said indifferently, Our Ling family knows what to do and what not to do. But this loss, we can't take it for nothing. Yi Zhangzue was exasperated. Did you suffer a loss? Why didn't I see how you guys suffered? 2 members of our Yi clan have died, but you haven't lost a single hair. Instead, you've received such a huge piece of news out of nowhere, and you still say that you've suffered a loss. He just wanted a piece of the pie. If you want to be a bitch, don't put up a monument to your chastity. You want to take advantage of me, but you put on such an aggrieved face. I despise you. Both sides had their own ulterior motives and left separately. No one noticed that a white shadow had flashed by on a nearby tree. Chuyang had already woken up and was washing Chuler's hair. Although the little girl had the ability to take care of herself, the weather had turned cold and her hair was too long. Washing her hair would make her clothes wet. It wouldn't be good if she caught a cold. The little girl didn't have any cultivation now, and it would be uncomfortable if she fell sick. Therefore, Chuyang personally took a basin of hot water, pressed his younger sister's head into it, and started to wash it. Chu sat on a small stool obediently and stretched her neck out to let her brother wash her hair. Her little heart was filled with happiness and contentment. Chuyang felt a pair of big hands finish washing his hair. Then he ran his hands over his scalp until it was clean. After 3 basins of water, Chuyang finally stopped. He wrapped his hair in a big towel to retain the water. Then he circulated his martial energy and his hair dried. He removed the towel, and her hair was slightly messy. "Your hair is past your butt." Chu Yang took a comb and combed her hair gently. He said affectionately. Chu Yang's hand slid her hair gently. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt a little absent-minded. When they were in the lower three heavens, he would help Qinggu wash her hair every time. Her hair was soft and smooth, with a silky texture. Every time he touched it, he couldn't bear to part with it. Lu Er's hair was also so smooth. However, compared to Mo Qingwu's hair, it seemed a little softer. Chu Yang combed her hair gently. Suddenly, his heart trembled. He suddenly thought of his black robe and that strand of hair under the black robe. That line of small words. "Chu Yang, Chan likes you." Chu Yang's hand paused, and he let out a long sigh. Suppressing the inexplicable feeling in his heart, he continued to comb Chu Lu Er's hair. Chu Lu Er's body was covered in a gauze. She sat obediently and let her brother comb her hair. The little girl's eyes were full of happiness and contentment. Suddenly, she felt Chu Yang's hand stop. Then, she sighed and couldn't help but turn around and ask, "Big brother, did you think of someone again?" Chu Yang didn't expect this little girl to be so sensitive. He smiled and said yes. Chu Luer giggled. "You thought of sister-in-law." Chu Yang chuckled and couldn't help but touch his nose. He thought to himself, "Yes, your sister-in-law who's about the same age as you. Sister-in-law is so mysterious. It's been so long, and I haven't seen her." Chu Luer wrinkled her nose and said, "It doesn't feel good to let my big brother live like a widow." Chu Yang coughed violently. He reached out and flicked the little girl's head. He scolded, "Little girl, what are you saying?" Chu Luer cried out in pain. However, her eyes were full of smiles. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Live like a widow, this little girl's words are really a stroke of genius. I've never heard of a man being a widow. Chu Yang looked at himself with some resentment. It seems that I'm also a widow now. Sigh. Speaking of which duke of such a big family like me doesn't have a few wives and concubines? Some already have a group of children. Even third uncle Chu Feiyan's eldest son, Chu Luer's eldest brother Chu Tingxiao, already has a main wife, a secondary wife, and 3 concubines. As for me, the eldest grandson of the Chu clan, I don't want to think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more I think about life. Thinking of Mo Qingwu's innocent eyes, Chu Yang felt that he was very sinful and very shameless. "You're a beast." Chu Yang sighed and despised himself. "Big brother, what did you say?" Chu Luer asked curiously. Cough, I mean. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "I mean, as a human, you can't be a beast." Chu Luer laughed and suddenly asked, "Sister-in-law is younger than you, right?" Chu Yang was stunned. "Huh. Every time you comb my hair, you'll be distracted." Chu Luer said with certainty, "So, sister-in-law is definitely younger than you. She's just a few years older than me, right?" Yes. Chu Yang was in a difficult position. Chu Luer wanted to ask more, but a white figure flashed and Zi Xieching finally returned. Chu Yang felt as if he had been pardoned. He hastily tied his long hair into a silly braid and went up to her. "You're back. How was it?" Chu Luer pouted angrily behind him. Stupid big brother. Touching her hair that had been tied into a silly braid, she was speechless. Chu Yang only pretended not to know. Overall, it was quite smooth, Zi Xieching said, but it's a pity that these 2 clans didn't fight on the spot. Chu Yang smiled and said, "If they were to fight, I would really look down on them. As long as the Ling clan knows about this matter, it's enough. This move will only be effective in the future." Zi Xieching nodded and said, "They're already suspecting the Lan clan." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "Oh, and I've also received an important piece of news." Zi Xieching said, "The Yi clan didn't know about this at first. I heard that they only knew about this because they received a mysterious letter." "Mysterious letter?" Chu Yang frowned tightly. "Who wrote this letter to make the Yi clan believe in this matter? Who is the person who wants to stir up trouble? Chu Yang pondered, and his eyes became more and more certain. For the next few days, Chu Yang stayed in the orchard palace and didn't show himself. He only sparred with Zi Xieching and comprehended the Tao state every day. These few days, he was really tortured by Zi Xieching. The sword spirit didn't stay idle either. He used his divine senses to search for the location of the sword intent, but to no avail. He also couldn't find the location of the colored lotus. The entire Tianji city was peaceful. Many people came one after another these few days. On the first day, the Lan clan finally arrived, followed by the Shi clan. Then a few law enforcement masters from other regions came with their men. Every day, someone would come to report to Chu Yang, but Chu Yang ignored all these matters. After Elders Feng and Yu's younger brother entered Tianji City, he was finally discovered by the Zhuge clan. Then, the Zhuge clan welcomed this female ancestor into their residence and gave her a grand welcome. Many young men from the Zhuge clan saw Wu Qianqian's outstanding beauty and were moved by her. Instantly, there were countless suitors. None of them dared to use any despicable methods. All of them were righteous, elegant, and extremely confident. They all looked like elegant gentlemen and beautiful youths in the mortal world. But each of them had that kind of thought in their hearts. Wu Qianqian's appearance, talent, and temperament were all one in a million. Moreover, her identity was so prominent that she was even more the target of all the big clans. Elder Feng and Yu's younger brother. If this Miss Wu was willing to marry into their clan, it would mean that their clan would gain the support of Elders Feng and Yu. This was a pie that fell from the sky. Not to mention Wu Qianqian's outstanding beauty. Even if she looked like a sow, these men would also fight to get her. Whoever married the disciple of Elders Feng, and you would have a meteoric rise in his status in the clan. At that time, Elders Feng and you would say, "My disciple's husband is actually not the clan leader?" Just think about it. What kind of touching scene is that? Thinking of this, everyone became even more excited and motivated. 2 things. First, I created a poll in the comments section, "Where are you from?" and welcome everyone to vote. Second, the moderator and main moderator Dao Dao are doing Pride of the World. Everyone who is interested can participate. After writing a draft, you can enter the group to find Dao Dao. He will publish it in Pride of the World. No matter where you are, you can write it. Haha, everyone can look for him when the time comes. Let me introduce Dao Dao, also known as Second Dao, also known as Jing Dao, also known as Jing Goods, also known as Little Tian Tian, age unknown, appearance unknown, gender unknown. Chapter 986. For a period of time, the younger members of the Zhuge clan were fighting both openly and covertly. On the surface, everyone appeared to be friendly and courteous. However, they were secretly sabotaging each other, bad-mouthing each other, and sabotaging each other. In just a few days, rumors were flying all over the place. Countless illegitimate sons and daughters of the Zhuge clan had appeared out of nowhere. Hence, the smell of gunpowder became stronger. This phenomenon gave Zhuge Shanyan a headache. He did not expect that not only did he bring in a female ancestor, she was also a troublemaker. However, Zhuge clan master's worry only lasted for a short period of time. This was because this group of people had their own opponents. After Yi Shifeng of the Yi clan saw Wu Qianqian, he was actually a little mesmerized. It was not known whether it was because of her beauty or her status, but he joined the ranks of the pursuers. Every day, he would wait at the foot of the building, looking forward to it. Wearing the fitting black clothes of the Yi clan, he looked even more majestic. After another day, the people of the Lan clan also arrived. After arriving, the male members of the Zhuge clan could not wait to join the battle of beauty. In addition, the Yi clan, Lan clan, and Zhuge clan already had a grudge against each other. At this moment, they became even more rivals in love. Instantly, the security was tight, and it became a tripartite situation. The other male members of the smaller aristocratic clans all retreated. Only Yi Shifeng of the Yi clan, Zhuge Changchang of the Zhuge clan, and Lan Chang'e of the Lan clan were left staring at each other. For a moment, the crowd was like a flock of peacocks in heat. They all opened their tails. There were even people who started a bet to see who could capture the heart of this immortal. All the dukes participated in the bet. Tianji City was instantly bustling with noise and excitement. The news spread very quickly. The people of the other big clan were originally still on the way. However, when the Duke of Mingsa heard that the most beautiful woman in the world had appeared here, he immediately became eager to protect her. He was afraid that the beauty would be taken advantage of. He actually abandoned the main group. He rushed here alone in the starry night. The tripartite situation turned into a four-nation war, and it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Once Yi Shifeng arrived, he acted cool. His black face, black robe, and black cloak made him look like a pile of coal. He was so black that he shone and did not move at all. Zhuge Changchang. I need to explain first. This Zhuge Changchang lived up to his name. He was tall and slender. His figure could no longer be described as tall and slender. Although he was well proportioned from top to bottom, he was still a little tall. For an average man, 1.78 meters was considered acceptable. Above 1.8 meters, he was definitely tall. But this Zhuge Changchang was a full 2.5 meters. Just by standing there, he truly lived up to his name of being the tallest tree in the forest. His white robes made him stand out like a crane among chickens. Grand Duke Zhuge Changchang had always wanted to look at Lady Qianqian's face and discuss her life. What did he want to do? But he never got what he wanted. Lan Chang'e has been singing with a piano in his arms. As soon as Meng Se arrived, he began to compose a poem. The poems he composed on the spot had already been compiled into a book of poems by busybodies. It was said that there were dozens of poems, and the first one was a masterpiece. Within the Zhuge clan, there were many phoenixes seeking for a phoenix. Every day was like a drama. This liveliness was simply cough, cough, in Yi Zhangzue's words. God is farting, extraordinary. However, no matter how many dukes attacked, this black-robed deity had his own set of rules. His expression was always cold. He kept people at arm's length and did not show any respect to anyone. Yi Shifeng was ignored. Zhuge Changchang's request to have his palm read was mercilessly rejected, and he was even scolded. After singing for a few days, Lan Chang'e finally attracted question, and this question also stopped Lan Gong singing. At that time, Duke Lan was singing at the top of his voice. The window on the upper floor opened, and an extremely graceful figure in black appeared. Everyone was in an uproar. The eyes of the lady in black were searching downstairs. She seemed to be looking for the person who was singing. At this moment, everyone's heart stopped beating. She finally found him. She opened her eyes wide and asked Lan Chang'e, "Duke, may I know why you are crying?" Crying? Everyone who heard this began to twitch uncontrollably. Lan Chang'e was the most embarrassed. He twitched his mouth and laughed dryly. "I am singing a song for Lady Qianqian. Please don't. I beg you. This sound is like the sound of a monkey dying in the forest. It's too tragic. These few days when you were singing, I did not sleep well. Duke, please don't cry anymore." After the black-robed figure finished speaking, she slammed the window shut. Lan Chang'e almost fainted. Everyone else almost fainted too. "Don't cry anymore. Cry." After being stunned for a while, the crowd burst into laughter. Yi Shifeng, Zhuge Changchang, and Meng Se laughed especially loudly. Lan Chang'e glared at the three of them angrily. It was said that Lan Chang'e had invited Zhuge Changchang to a showdown that night, but Zhuge Changchang rejected him. As for Meng Se, he had written so many poems, but they were all lost. In the end, he could not help but ask, "Lady, do you have any comments on my poems?" Wu Qianqian said in surprise. If you did not mention it, I would not have known that it was a poem. I am really sorry. I have been learning from my teacher since young, and have not learned any poems. If you did not mention it, I would have thought that you were reciting it. I was just admiring your diligence. A comment on poems was a huge blow to Meng Sei's poetic talent. Without exception, the four of them were defeated. The black-robed girl, Wu Qianqian, was cold and noble. She was like a flower, mysterious and unparalleled. Moreover, this was a kind of temperament that was different from that of a lady from a respectable family. This was the valiance that belonged to a lady of the pugilistic world, combined with the elegance of a noble family, a unique temperament, cold and noble, like the moon in the sky, unattainable. However, the more noble she was, the colder she was, the more it aroused the desire of these young men to conquer her. Each of them became braver and braver as they faced setbacks. These guys had always wanted beauties and could get anything they wanted. When was there a time when they could not get them? This kind of pursuit that people with discerning eyes would see as hopeless at first glance was actually exactly what this group of men wanted. The more you ignore me, the more I want to pursue you. This was the process that I wanted. Moreover, everyone was too embarrassed to retreat. Moreover, if I were to retreat today and someone else stole my heart tomorrow, wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Even if I could not get her, it would be good to stay here and be a troublemaker. I can't get her. Don't even think about getting the beauty back if you're so stubborn. Under this kind of mentality of let the grapes rot on the shelf if you can't get them, the few dukes disliked each other even more. During this period, Yi Shifeng had already fought with Zhuge Changchang once and Lan Changa twice. Meng Sei fought with each of them. Lan Changa was considered the weakest among them. He had panda eyes for 3 consecutive days, but he did not delay his pursuit. Anyway, this lady did not even look at my face. Zhuge Changchang was very unlucky. He was too tall. When he fought with these guys, they all hit his lower body. He was careless. Meng Sei hit him like a monkey holding a peach of longevity. Therefore, that peach of longevity was hit hard, causing Zhuge Changchang to stand there with his legs apart for 4 to 5 consecutive days. He also walked with a majestic gait. The 4 dukes pestered her relentlessly. Wu Qianqian was annoyed, but could not do anything about it. She knew that Chu Yang was at the Orchard Palace, not far away, but she did not dare to go over. If she did, these guys would definitely follow her. That would definitely bring trouble to Chu Yang. But this Chu Yang, Wu Qianqian gritted her teeth in hatred. You know that I'm here too. You didn't even come to take a look. You heartless enemy. Wu Qianqian made a mistake in her thinking. She knew that Tai Butian was a woman, so she did not take her empress seriously. She also did not think that she was married. Subconsciously, there was no such concept. However, Chu Yang clearly knew that Wu Qianqian was now Tai Butian's wife. As the saying goes, a friend's wife, there's no need to be courteous. Why would Chu Yang take the initiative to provoke Wu Qianqian? It was too late to hide. Chu Yang was a normal man, and as he grew older, some of his needs and impulses were also increasing. Sometimes when he saw a brothel, he would feel bloated. He could only lower his head and quicken his pace, thinking that he had to endure this for at least 5 years. Chu Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears. If Wu Qianqian was by his side now, facing a beauty who did not resist or guard against him, Chu Yang felt that he would not be able to control himself like he did in the lower 3 heavens. If he could not control himself, wouldn't he have made his good brother Tai Butian a cuckold? If a country's monarch was made a cuckold, during this period of time, Chu Yang could only practice with Zi Xieching every day. He tired himself out every day. After upgrading, he fell asleep immediately. Anyway, with Zi Xieching around, he would not be in danger no matter how he slept. During this period, Han Shaoran came over a few times and explained a lot of things to Chu Yang. Nangong Shifeng also became a frequent visitor to the residence. Once there was any new news, Nangong Shifeng would sneak over and talk to him sneakily. Although Chu Yang did not go out much, he knew a lot of information. Now he was waiting for an opportunity. Moreover, since Chu Yang knew that the Yi clan knew about the Divine Clan Elders' matter because they received a letter from a mysterious person, he was relieved. This mysterious person, according to Chu Yang's guess, was definitely Diwu Qingru. Chu Yang was 100% sure. The Lan clan would not leak it. If they wanted to leak it, they would have done so long ago, because they still wanted to kidnap the Divine Clan without anyone knowing. It was even more impossible for the Zhuge clan to do so. Since this was the case, Chu Yang felt that there was no harm in cooperating with Diwu Qingru without meeting face to face, discussing, planning, or communicating with each other. Chu Yang was very interested in such a situation. He believed that Diwu Qingru would be very interested too. There was also the matter of the 4 Grand Dukes pestering Wu Qianqian. Chu Yang was also watching coldly from the sidelines. The time wasn't right yet. Most of the people hadn't arrived yet. When the situation was completely chaotic and out of control, this matter was also very, very good. It was something that could be put to good use. Chapter 987. Chu Yang had gone through 2 months of hellish days. In these 2 months, Chu Yang and Zi Xieching battled more than 300 times. Every time, he was squeezed out of his last bit of strength. Every time, he was so tired that he did not even have the energy to blink. At the beginning of the battle, Zi Xieching still looked down on him and kept provoking him with words. But later on, Zi Xieching stopped talking. It was not that she did not want to talk, but she could not. How long was Zi Xieching's life? In her life, the number of geniuses she had seen was truly too many to count. To be honest, Chu Yang's aptitude, even though he was the master of Calamity Sword, was still slightly inferior to those talents in other dimensions. Zi Xieching still remembered that there was once a young man with heavenly demon bloodline. After his bloodline awakened, he started from an ordinary person and crossed the gap between immortal and mortal overnight. But that was the inherited power of the bloodline, not his own. At least, it was Zi Xieching's first time seeing someone like Chu Yang who was fighting so hard. Although there was no danger of death in such an intense battle, Zi Xieching knew the discomfort of being completely drained of energy. He was so tired that he lost all his strength, being so tired that he could not even open his mouth to drink water. His muscles did not listen to him at all. Such a feeling was worse than death. An ordinary person would recall it for the rest of his life after experiencing it once. Experiencing it a few times consecutively would cause mental problems. But Chu Yang endured it at least 4 times a day. Every time he would rest for a while. After recovering, he would immediately start the next battle while cursing. Zi Xieching was moved. She was high and mighty. Her power was extraordinary. She followed Chu Yang at the beginning only because of his Tao state power. That was all. She planned to leave at any time. Once she gathered enough Tao state power, she would leave. And she did not have any reluctance. The old fortune teller's words of, "Why not cherish the person in front of you?" did not cause any ripples in Zi Xieching's heart. She only thought that this was nonsense. But at this moment, she was truly and deeply moved. For Chu Yang's hard work, even with her current physique, Zi Xieching knew clearly that she could not do such hard work. If he were to be like Chu Yang and be subjected to such torture for 2 consecutive months, perhaps he would have already collapsed. At this moment, she truly felt a trace of admiration for the young man in front of her. Everything had to be done with a balance of tension and relaxation. However, Chu Yang's tension was boundless. This kind of cruel training actually only forced out his endless potential. He actually persevered from beginning to end. Moreover, he persevered with all his heart and soul. He didn't slack off at all. If the Chu Yang of 2 months ago was an ordinary piece of iron, Then now he had already been refined into a sharp sword, flickering with cold light. Every battle in the past 2 months was like a giant hammer of heaven and earth that mercilessly fell down with wind, frost, snow, and rain, taking away every bit of impurities from Fan Tai's body and constantly purifying it. Now it was already a peerless divine blade. Once it was unsheathed, the wind and clouds would move. However, during this period of time, Chu Yang seemed to have fallen into Nangong Shifeng's bad habit. His mouth was cheap, especially when they were fighting. Their mouths stank even more. Zi Xieching was too embarrassed to attack him verbally, but he was actually getting excited. Again, Chu Yang swayed and spat a mouthful of saliva. I really don't believe that a big man like me can't deal with a little girl like you. Let's fight again. Chu Yang breathed heavily. Today I must conquer you, little girl. Again, if you dare. Chu Yang squinted. Beauty, help me loosen my muscles again. Beauty, hit me harder if you dare, little girl. One day, my cultivation will surpass yours. At that time, you just wait for me. If I don't teach you a lesson, my surname is not Chu. Ah, then there was a scream. I swear, when my cultivation is successful, the first person I'll torture will be you. Just you wait. Just you wait. How you beat me today, I'll beat you back in the future. What's wrong with women? I can't beat you? Come here. I'll teach you a lesson. Under such provocation, Zi Xieching's face was full of anger and her body was cold. Her attacks were more and more ruthless and heavier than the previous. Chu Yang's days became harder and harder, but correspondingly his cultivation improved faster and faster. It was undeniable that under such cruel training, Chu Yang's temperament was also tempered. It became tougher and more indestructible. Now he stood still. Occasionally he would sweep his eyes, and it was full of violent, murderous intent. Moreover, the strength of the soul required for this training was simply beyond anyone's imagination. Under Zi Xieching's earth-shattering pressure, the spirit of the first generation sword master of calamity sword that Chu Yang swallowed completely merged with his own spirit. There were no more flaws. One must know that this process was almost equivalent to Zi Xieching breaking Chu Yang's spirit 300 times. Then it would recombine and become one again. Even if a mid-stage supreme martial artist saw this number, he could only feel fear. Although Zi Xieching was furious with Chu Yang, she couldn't help but admire him. If one day Chu Yang's identity as the sword master of Calamity Sword was revealed, his sword would definitely soar to the sky. He would stand proudly at the peak and look down on the world. By then, the world would see the glory of this sword master. But how would they know how much Chu Yang had sacrificed behind this glory? Not to mention more. Just these 2 months of cruel training was enough to be 10 times more than an ordinary martial artist's 500 years of life experience. So what if he was the sword master of Calamity Sword? Even in the land of gods and demons, those born with the bloodline of gods and demons would also be trash if they didn't work hard. So what if he was an ordinary person? As long as he dared to work hard, there would be a world that belonged to him. It was here, in this Tianji city that didn't belong to him, in this orchard palace that didn't belong to him, that Chu Yang completed another transformation. The transformation this time seemed to have transformed him from a human into a sword. Vaguely, there was actually the taste of his previous life, the taste of iron and blood that belonged to the martial world, the taste that he hadn't felt for a long time. However, the sword in this life had feelings. In the first 3 days, his cultivation was beaten down by Zi Xieching to the 5th grade of Sword Sovereign. Then he broke through again to the peak of 7th grade. Then he broke through step by step. 8th grade of Sword Sovereign. 8th grade. Peak of 8th grade. Grade. Another breakthrough. Grade. Peak of 8th grade. When Chu Yang thought of the night when he broke through to the martial saint level, he shivered a little. That night, in order to break through to the sword saint level, Chu Yang felt a huge bottleneck for the first time. He felt the consequence of absorbing too many heavenly treasures. The bottleneck became heavier. Although heavenly treasures were good things, once they entered the body, although their medicinal effects were still there, they would lose their spirituality and become a dead medicinal effect. And this medicinal effect could benefit people temporarily, but invisibly the meridians would also become dependent on the heavenly treasures. Over time, it would form a firm bottleneck, a barrier. If one wanted to break through this barrier, even a genius would have to endure almost unbearable pain. And that kind of pain was definitely not something that a human could endure. Therefore, although some people who consumed heavenly materials and earthly treasures advanced rapidly, once they encountered a bottleneck, they would be stuck for the rest of their lives, unable to advance even an inch. What Chu Yang met was the first huge bottleneck, the bottleneck of breaking through to the Sword Saint level. After this bottleneck, there would be another one when he broke through to the supreme level. That night, he couldn't break through for a long time. In the end, both of them became ruthless. Chu Yang clearly remembered that Zi Xiqing asked, "Do you want to break through?" Chu Yang said, "Of course." "Then, are you willing to pay any price for this breakthrough?" Zi Xiqing asked again. Chu Yang nodded deeply. "As long as you don't ask me to give up my heart, you can do whatever you want with this body of 130 pounds. In your situation, I'm afraid you can only break through with the power of the great way of the netherworld." Zi Xiqing said, "It's very painful. You have to think carefully." "I can bear with it." Chu Yang nodded fiercely. "Good." After Zi Xiqing said this word, she briefly recited a few sentences to help Chu Yang regulate his qi. After circulating it through his meridians, she immediately started to take action. In the next moment, Chu Yang really knew what the great way of the netherworld was. With a poof, she crushed all the 5 fingers on Chu Yang's right hand. Then, the long bamboo stick pierced into his fingernails. Chu Yang almost fainted. His whole body was sweating profusely, like a waterfall. But Zi Xiqing used her powerful divine sense to control him and not let him faint. She let him feel his pain, fully awake. Not only that, he had to bear with it, while silently practicing the great way of the netherworld divine technique to absorb the power of the great way of the netherworld. But to no avail. Zi Xiqing was helpless and asked Chu Yang for help. Chu Yang's most tragic moment had arrived. He told Zi Xiqing all the interrogation methods he knew. He still had to continuously give suggestions and come up with all kinds of methods to let others continue to torture him. This kind of thing was really next, the hellish pain, the torture of Chu Yang's interrogation. He completely endured it himself. Not just once. And it was definitely not just one type. When she split open Chu Yang's muscles for the 3rd time and was about to pour in the salt, Zi Xiqing's hands were trembling. Why not forget it? You can still break through after some time. Chu Yang was no longer human. Other than a pair of cold eyes, there was nothing else. He roared crazily, "Nonsense! I've already endured half of it. You want me to give up?" Again. This happened 7 times in a row. Every time he had to use an incomplete version of the heavy pill. It was healed again, torn apart again, and tortured again. Just as Chu Yang was about to break down, he muttered something. This sentence made Zi Xiqing speechless for a long time. "In the future, I won't dare to let my brothers consume things like heavenly treasures that can increase their power. I won't dare to anymore. Proud World's Birthday! Thank you for all your support. I wish all my brothers and sisters happiness. No matter where you are, as long as you see Proud World, as long as you see the sentence, then my blessings are for you." The following sentence is to encourage my brothers and sisters. It's rare to fight in life. If we don't fight, who will fight for us? Our success may be shared with others. But if we don't fight now, when we're young, when we grow old in the future, no one will feel pain for us. No one will feel regret for us. Who can fight for us to be glorious? Only ourselves. Chapter 988. Just as Chu Yang was about to break down, he muttered a sentence. This sentence made Zi Xieching speechless for a long time. In the future, I won't dare to let my brothers consume things like heavenly treasures that can increase their powers. I won't dare to any more. Hearing this, even Zi Xieching, who had never seen Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others before, actually had her eyes turn red. She only felt that a certain soft part of her heart was suddenly touched, and she actually had the urge to cry in an instant. She gritted her teeth and continued. Unfortunately, after going through such a cruel tempering of the spirit, she was pulled back from the brink of dispersing 7 times in a row. Then she used this energy that was close to the great way of the netherworld to accumulate and break through, coupled with the heaven divine technique. She still couldn't do it. In the end, Zi Xieching simply went all out and broke almost all of Chu Yang's bones. She used the incomplete version of the heavy pill to repair them, broke them again, and repaired them again. Every time, Chu Yang would repair it until he could no longer feel any pain. Then he would break it again. She did this several times in a row. At the last time when they were fully recovered, Chu Yang used all his strength to break through. That unbreakable martial saint barrier was finally broken, and a crack appeared. Then the vast and mighty great way of the netherworld rushed in. The heaven divine technique then violently crashed, and the barrier opened wide. Suddenly, streaks of lightning-like sword energy shot out from Chu Yang's body. They were unstoppable. Luckily, Zi Xieching had set up a space barrier right from the start to block this wave of sword energy. In fact, every time the battle started, Zi Xieching was the first to open the space barrier and completely cover the battle space. If not, she would have been discovered long ago during the first battle. What made Zi Xieching the most frightened was that after this guy had suffered so much and finally broken through and regained his strength, the first thing he said was again, "Fight! Little girl, take a look at how powerful I am." When Zi Xieching heard this, her first reaction wasn't anger or rage, but fear. Was this guy still human? In the following period of time, Chu Yang's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. The remaining power of the great way of the netherworld actually wrapped around Chu Yang's cultivation. It advanced triumphantly all the way until it reached the 3rd grade of the martial saint level before it stopped. In the last few days, Zi Xieching suppressed her cultivation to fight with Chu Yang, but it was already quite strenuous. Chu Yang's sword was ever-changing. All of a sudden, there was a streak of white light. All of a sudden, there was a myriad of rainbows. All of a sudden, there was soft water. In the next moment, there were violent waves. The previous moment, the next moment, the earth. With Chu Yang's current cultivation, the tribulation sword technique was as powerful as thunder and as fast as lightning. Facing an opponent like Zi Xieching, Chu Yang used all his strength without any reservations, squeezing every ounce of his potential. When the 10 moves of the Calamity Swordsmanship and the 4 self-created moves were displayed, even with Zi Xieching's ability, she still had to raise her cultivation level, which was originally at the 4th stage of the martial saint level, by another 2 stages. She still had to rely on her endless experience and moves to suppress him. But when Chu Yang used all 10 moves of the tribulation sword technique, Zi Xieching actually raised her cultivation to the peak of 2nd grade martial saint before she managed to block it. And there was a stab on her white robe. And although this stab didn't hurt her, it pierced her chest. Even though Zi Xieching had lived for a long time, she was still a pure and innocent girl. Without thinking, she sent someone flying with a slap. Then, she remembered how terrifying this Calamity Swordsmanship was and couldn't help but be shocked. She had experienced so many battles in her life that she couldn't even count them. But this was really the first time she saw such a powerful, sword technique. Zi Xiecheng suddenly felt more respect for the person who created the tribulation sword technique and folded the heavens. Who exactly was this person? During this period of time, Chu Yang had entered the Tao realm every time he battled. Although Zi Xiecheng didn't collect as much Tao state as she did with the Moon Breeze couple in these 2 months, she was actually close to filling up the gap. According to Zi Xiecheng's estimation, she would be able to collect enough Tao state energy to break through the void and leave this place after a dozen more battles with Chu Yang. However, just as this goal was about to be achieved, Zi Xiecheng suddenly felt a sense of loss, and for some reason, she shelved her cultivation plan. If she left this place, where would she go? Would she have to go back to being a loner for 10,000 years again? Would she have to search tirelessly in the vast universe? Would she have to wander alone? Would that really be the day she wanted? During this period of time, he would either fight or bicker with Chu Yang or chat and laugh with Chu Lu, or when he was free. The two of them even went to the shops a few times and played with Chu Lu a few times. In Zi Xiecheng's opinion, they were very childish. Unknowingly, her heart that had been lonely for a long time had started to have feelings for him. She couldn't bear to part with him. What should I do? Zi Xiecheng kept silent for a few days. She didn't tell Chu Yang, but kept it in her heart. Sometimes, when she sat by the window and looked at the yellow leaves falling from the trees outside, Zi Xiecheng actually sighed. At that moment, her gaze was always very gentle, very nostalgic, and very lost, seeing that Zi Xiecheng had actually given up on urging him. Chu Yang rested well for a day. When he stepped out of the courtyard again, he actually felt as if a lifetime had passed. The cold wind blew, and the leaves flew. In the morning, there was already a layer of frost on the ground. The weather had already turned cold. The branches on the trees had already turned yellow. As the wind blew, they floated down. When I came, it was only autumn, but now it's already winter. Chu Yang smiled gently, standing under the tree. He looked up at the sky that had become high and far. Suddenly, a strong sense of longing arose in his heart. I wonder how my brothers are doing? I wonder how Emo Chingu is doing? I miss all of you so much. I really miss all of you so much. During this period of time, Han Shaoran came a few times, and Nangong Shifeng also came continuously. Now, regarding the happenings in Tianji City, Chu Yang already had a huge pile of information that was as big as a foot. Chu Yang had a particularly detailed understanding of the infighting between the few men. He still couldn't understand. As the Empress of Iron Cloud, how did Wu Qianqian come to the upper 3 heavens? Could it be that Tai Butian didn't treat her well? But even if that was the case, it shouldn't be. Moreover, according to Chu Yang's observation, Wu Qianqian's waist was thin and her chest was perky. Her body was straight and her buttocks were perky. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, her face was smooth and tight, and there was also a light layer of fine hair behind her ears. This was clearly the symbol of a virgin. Chu Yang frowned even more. What was going on? Pacing slowly under the tree, he suddenly thought of a possibility. He couldn't help but slap his forehead, feeling a little vexed. I'm so stupid. Yes, it must be so. Chu Yang planned to look for Wu Qianqian. There was one thing that Chu Yang was 80% sure of. According to medical knowledge, although Tai Butian was a man, his body was a little weak and even feminine in some parts. According to experience, this kind of man usually wasn't strong in that area. Could it be that Tai Butian actually had a hidden secret? He only found out after he married Wu Qianqian. That's why he couldn't do that. And no one knew that he came to the upper 3 heavens. In order to keep it a secret, he actually let Wu Qianqian, the Empress, personally invite him, seek medical treatment, and it was precisely because of this that Wu Qianqian couldn't bring herself to ask him. The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more he was sure of it. He couldn't help but scold himself in his heart. You're thinking too much. How could the Empress of a country chase you for thousands of miles for an extramarital affair? You're really too narcissistic. Sai, if that's really the case, then it's really wrong of me to ignore Wu Qianqian during this period of time. But how did Wu Qianqian become the brother of Moon Breeze? This matter was really hard to understand. But everyone had their own opportunities. In this world, there were many things that couldn't be understood. This one wasn't a big deal. Chu Yang thought that it was better to quickly find Wu Qianqian to confirm it. With this thought, he walked all the way to the Zhuge clan. In another 3 days' time, everyone would arrive and the medicine banquet would begin with the qualifiers. If that matter were to happen at the same time, coupled with so many other things happening at the same time, he might really overlook it. It was better to take the initiative to say such things. He had to wait for Wu Qianqian to say it. This girl was too shy to say it. He and Tai Butian were friends and comrades in arms. How could he not help with such a small matter? Chu Yang made up his mind and strode to find Wu Qianqian. His heart was filled with brotherly love and the code of brotherhood. He was still laughing in his heart. That guy can't get it up. Wahahaha. Thinking of Tai Butian's current predicament, Chu Yang had the urge to laugh out loud. If I see him, I'll definitely tease him. He had to admit that if Tai Butian knew what he was thinking now, he would definitely faint on the spot. I can't get it up? What can I do? What can I do? At the same time, in Diwu Qingrou's small courtyard, Diwu Qingru frowned and couldn't figure it out. He kept pacing back and forth. Behind him, an old man with white eyebrows was almost dazzled by his pacing. He was also very curious. How long had it been? When had he seen Diwu Qingru so indecisive? Had he ever been so troubled? This kind of thing was simply unheard of in the Diwu clan. Who exactly is it? Who else is also involved in this plan? Diwu Qingru frowned deeply and muttered to himself. It's just that the Yi clan, Lan clan, and Zhuge clan are already messy enough. Why is the Ling clan also involved now? These few clans wouldn't leak it out, but how did the Ling clan know? What exactly is going on? Could it be a trap? Chapter 989. The white-bearded elder sat quietly at one side and looked at Diwu Qingru, deep in thought. Outside the room, he had set up a supreme martial artist's divine sense, which completely blocked out the news here. Diwu Qingru thought hard. The first thing he thought of was Chu Yang. But after thinking for a while, he still felt that it was impossible. Only after knowing his plan would he be able to take advantage of the situation and add fuel to the fire. But now, Chu Yang should not know that he was the one who sent the message to the Yi clan. Moreover, he had not heard of any conflict between the Yi clan and Chu Yang. Moreover, with Chu Yang's current strength, he did not have the ability to go against the Yi clan or make use of the Ling clan. Third elder, are you sure about the people around Chu Yang? Diwu Qingru asked again. There are only 2 women around him, one big and one small. What else is there to be uncertain about? The white-bearded third elder frowned and said, I keep feeling that something is wrong. Diwu Qingru rubbed his forehead and said, This person always plans before acting. If he is not confident, he will not act. Moreover, he came to Tianji City alone. How can he not rely on anyone? Relying on Han Shaoran is obviously not possible. Then, why is he so confident? The white-bearded elder was a little puzzled and said, That little one is a genius, but he's just a nobody. I don't know why you don't pay attention to the supreme martial artists of the Yi clan, Ling clan, and Lan clan. Why are you so concerned about this little one? Diwu Qingru took a deep breath and said, Third elder, although a supreme martial artist is powerful, he still needs someone to command him when he is doing something. Give him a target and let him complete it bravely. If no one gives him a target, a supreme martial artist is just a powerful martial artist. He smiled faintly and said, After all, there are too few supreme martial artists in this world who can command themselves and see clearly. He looked out of the window and said, The big clans and law enforcement officers in the entire heavenly land, there are only a few people who are at the peak of the supreme martial artist level. When people talk about them, they only talk about them. But it is undeniable that in this vast world, there are countless supreme martial artists. It's just that their grades are different. And among these countless supremes, not a single one of them could say that they could command themselves. Diwu Qingru faintly shook his head. They have always been restrained by others. Therefore, such supreme martial artists are not scary. What was frightening was the hand behind Ji Zun that was pointing out the direction. The owner of that hand, even if he doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken, is an existence even more terrifying than a supreme being. This is wisdom, intelligence, scheming, resourcefulness. Diwu Qingru's voice was very indifferent. The white-bearded elder behind him was also a high-level supreme martial artist. He was also under Diwu Qingru's control. According to seniority, he was Diwu Qingru's ancestor. Normally, Diwu Qingru should have paid more attention to his words. However, he had spoken bluntly. As for the white-bearded old man, he listened attentively. He did not display any dissatisfaction. No matter how big the heavens are, no matter how powerful the supremes are, even if they can completely change the heavens, or even fold the heavens, they still need great wisdom. It wasn't something that could be done by force alone. Therefore, the hand that controls everything is the most terrifying. Chuyang, this is the hand. Diwu Qingru smiled. Even if he doesn't have any martial skills, as long as he dares to go to a place, he must have some kind of confidence. Moreover, he must have a clear purpose. Such a person is the most dangerous person. As for the supreme martial artists of the Yi clan and the Ling clan, if I am willing to use a little trick, it won't be too difficult to eliminate them one by one. Diwu Qingru faintly smiled and raised his gaze. In fact, we don't even need to do it ourselves. The white-bearded elder nodded in agreement. Obviously, he did not have any doubts about his words. However, he asked, could it be that this Chuyang is actually the same type of person as you in your heart? Diwu Qingru did not answer this question for a long time. The expression on his face became somewhat solemn. The white-bearded elder sucked in a breath of cold air. Since it's so dangerous, do you want me to go and kill him? The white-bearded elder's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If such a person is left alive, there will be endless trouble in the future. Third elder, if you really go, then I can guarantee that the possibility of you coming back alive is less than 10%. Diwu Qingru said slowly. If Chuyang didn't have such confidence, he wouldn't have come here at all. Seeing that the white-bearded elder's face showed disapproval, Diwu Qingru said lightly, Third elder, do you not believe my words? The white-bearded elder's murderous intent disappeared, and he let out a muffled hum. Don't act rashly, Diwu Qingru said word by word. His voice was heavy, almost as if he was warning. Our Diwu clan can't do without you now. Moreover, now is far from the time to be enemies with Chuyang. If you act rashly, even if you kill Chuyang, you will also spoil my plan. You will destroy the hope of the Diwu clan. The white-bearded elder was horrified and moved. Although he did not know the meaning of Diwu Qingru's words, he knew that since Diwu Qingru had said so, it indicated the seriousness of this matter. At this moment, the wind whistled outside. A figure entered lightly. It was a man in a white robe. Diwu Qingru raised his gaze and asked, How is it? I found the news. There were 124 people from the Ling clan who came. However, after they separated from Chuyang and the others, when they set off again, there were only 110 people. That person said in a very low and hurried voice, 3 martial saints, 1 monarch, and 1 young man are missing. Oh, Diwu Qingru's eyes flashed. Missing people, and then Chuyang and the others left calmly, right? Yes. That person nodded. Diwu Qingru pondered for a moment and took a breath. He said, Then what about the Yi clan? The Yi clan sent 130 people this time, but now there are only 128 people left. That person said, I heard that ever since Chu Yang and the others attended the banquet at Shueyu restaurant that night, the Yi clan seemed to have lost 2 people on the second day. However, I didn't notice it that time. Now that I think about it, it's a little blurry. He thought for a moment and added, the 2 missing people are 8th grade martial saints. Diwu Qingru heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes revealed a trace of heaviness, but also a little more relaxed. He muttered, sure enough, when something strange happens, his shadow is there. The other 2 didn't say anything. Diwu Qingru pondered for a moment and said, then what about the Lan clan? The Lan clan is the original team. Not one of them is missing. That person replied, okay, you can leave first. Keep a lookout. Diwu Qingru frowned and thought for a while. Then he waved his hand. Yes. This person turned and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He said, Chu Yang is walking toward Jiaxiu building now. Diwu Qingru's eyes flashed. He said, got it. That person quickly disappeared. Diwu Qingru paced another 2 steps and said softly, change the original plan. Bring it forward to the medicine banquet selection. Also, keep a close eye on the movements of those 7 or 8 men. He pondered and said, if Chu Yang is going to make a move, it should be from there. However, to be safe, it's better to activate all the intelligence networks of the Diwu clan. In addition, let Diwu Luxing use the power of the Zhuge clan's External Affairs Hall to help keep an eye on it. Remember, even if we expose our tracks, we must not miss any trace of number 1. The white-bearded elder said somewhat worriedly, if so, once the Zhuge clan finds out, this will be a disaster for the Diwu clan. Diwu Qingru walked to the window and looked out. He said, even if the Zhuge clan finds out, by the time they find out, I believe they will already be in a terrible fix. Not only will they not punish us, they will even rely on us. He waved his hand. It's settled then. The white-bearded elder agreed and walked out. Diwu Qingru stood in front of the window for quite a while. His gaze gradually fell on the ground. The grass on the ground had already withered and turned yellow. Diwu Qingru murmured. Then he said with some emotion, it's winter. Every winter, there will always be a batch of plants that freeze to death. The next spring, they will be replaced by a patch of lush green. However, it won't be this patch of grass anymore. He was silent for a while. Then he smiled softly and said, Chu Yang, you have been lying low for 2 months. Are you finally going to make a move? Before Chu Yang even got close to Jiaxiu building, he could already hear that it was very lively there. Laughter, scolding, clamoring, and singing. There was actually the sound of a zither. Chu Yang sweated a little. He really didn't know how this miss, who had turned the Zhuge clan upside down. It was only early in the morning, and there was already so much noise and clamor. Chu Yang quickened his pace and walked over. Just then he heard a familiar voice saying, Come, come, come. Quickly place your bets. Let's see who can make Wu Xian show up today. The minimum bet is 100 purple crystals. Everyone is from various big clans. We must not lose morale. Come, come, come. I'll be the banker. Another voice said discontentedly, Why are you the banker again? This familiar voice said, Nonsense. I don't intend to make Wu Xian my wife. You all have wild ambitions. If I don't become the banker, who will? It was Meng Se. Chu Yang was scared. This bunch of people really had nothing better to do. They actually opened a gambling house because of this. A voice said, I'll bet 300 purple crystals on myself. Chu Yang looked over and saw a big and tall man standing among these aristocratic families. He was actually taller than them by more than a head and a half. Meng Se said discontentedly, Zhuge Changchang, you're also the 2nd Duke of the Zhuge clan. You're not insulting us by betting 300 purple crystals every time. Zhuge Changchang's face turned red. He said angrily, "But I've already lost for 7 consecutive days." Everyone laughed. Yi Shifeng took a step forward steadily. 500 purple crystals on myself. Everyone placed their bets. Meng Se beamed with delight and said, "The rules are as before. As long as one person places his bet, all the purple crystals will be his. I'll pay double the amount. If no one places his bet, all the purple crystals will be mine." Everyone snorted. This guy had already won for a few days. He was actually enjoying the benefits, but no one was willing to admit defeat. Everyone was full of confidence. Suddenly a voice said, "Can I also do it once?" Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice. They saw a young man in black standing outside the circle with a warm smile on his face. He seemed to be a little shy. His eyes were faintly looking at the mountain of purple crystals. Chapter 990. Meng Se, Yi Shifeng, and the rest turned around and their expressions changed. This person was familiar to both of them, Chu Yang. However, Meng Se had met Chu Yang 3 days ago, while Yi Shifeng had just met him. Chu Yang took a closer look, and there were indeed many familiar faces. Yi Shifeng, Yi Shiyu, Meng Se, Zhuge. There were also a few young dukes who were also handsome and dignified. They were obviously the talents of the other big clans. At this moment, they were all looking at Chu Yang as if he was a rookie. Not only was he a rookie, but he was also a fool. He couldn't see the situation clearly and wanted to earn purple crystals? Was it so easy to earn purple crystals from these dukes? He couldn't even tell that the dukes were fighting, and he was blinded by greed. "Brother Chu, why are you here?" Meng Se was shocked. "I'm here to represent the Southeast law enforcement officers to participate in the medicine banquet." Chu Yang said briefly and said, "Brother, this bet." "Haha." Meng Se laughed and said, "Brother Chu, do you want to win the beauty or earn purple crystals?" Chu Yang rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "I'm a little short on money recently." He was indeed a little short on money. During this period of time, he had already absorbed tens of thousands of purple crystals. Now he had at most 2,000. Now that he saw this pile of purple crystals, he felt that it was extremely cute. When the crowd heard this, they sneered. However, Yi Shifeng and Yi Shiyu revealed a cautious look at the same time. They seemed to be somewhat fearful. Yi Kong and Yi Yin had died in order to kill Chu Yang. But Chu Yang was here, perfectly fine. Yi Kong and Yi Yin died a horrible death. This matter definitely had something to do with Chu Yang, but they couldn't ask Chu Yang about it. They had to suffer in silence. Now that Chu Yang stood out, the two of them were shocked. Yi Shiyu laughed coquettishly and said, "Brother Chu can become poor? This is truly a miraculous event." Chu Yang looked at Yi Shiyu lecherously. His eyes scanned Yi Shiyu up and down and stopped at his, but for a long time. He looked like a hungry wolf and said, "If little you wasn't here, I wouldn't have come." When this expression and this tone came out, the crowd instantly became silent. They stared at Chu Yang and Yi Shiyu in disbelief and almost dropped their eyeballs to the ground. Although he knew that Chu Yang was joking, he still couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. He shook his butt and said coquettishly, "You." When Chu Yang heard the word hateful, he immediately revealed an expression of infatuation. The bones of his entire body seemed to have softened. He said tenderly, "Little you, vomit." A blue-clothed duke at the periphery of the crowd turned around and almost vomited. The faces of the other dukes, including Zhuge Changchang, became even longer. Lan Chang's face was pale, and he kept muttering to himself, "Weirdo! What a weirdo! Really, vomit!" Meng Se was originally a clean freak. Now he was even more horrified. He ran far away and looked back at the two of them fearfully. He actually maintained a posture that looked like he would run away at any time. Yi Shiyu finally couldn't take it anymore. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He said nervously, "Don't come over." Chuyang laughed. Yi Shifeng frowned and said, "Divine Dr. Chu, if you want to bet, you have to take out purple crystals." He hurriedly changed the topic to help his brother out. Chuyang laughed and said, "Purple crystals, although there aren't many, but there are still 1 or 2 pieces." Among the crowd, Zhuge revealed a meaningful smile on his face. Zhuge Changchang, who was beside him, frowned and said, "You know this person?" "No, I don't." Zhuge shook his head and said, "But this person is very scary. The method he is using now is the most effective way to deal with Yi Shiyu." Zhuge Changchang raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of disdain. He said lightly, "Very scary? Third brother, I'm afraid that in your heart there are many scary people." Zhuge Wen smiled and said, "Second brother is right. I don't dare to belittle the heroes of the world." Zhuge Changchang snorted and said loudly, "Brother Chu, how much do you want to bet?" Chuyang wanted to say something, but stopped. He suddenly turned to Yi Shiyu and said, "Xiaoyu, do you want to bet?" Yi Shiyu's face was pale. He wanted to shake his, but felt that his body was a little stiff. He said, "What are you doing?" Chuyang raised his eyebrows and revealed an ambiguous smile. "Let's bet." Before Yi Shiyu could answer, the crowd had already started to clamor. "Bet, bet." Yi Shiyu gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll accept however much you bet, Brother Chu." Although Chu Yang's attitude was ambiguous, he had challenged him in front of everyone. No matter if it was for himself or the Yi clan, Yi Shiyu had to accept. "Okay, then I'll bet." Before Chu Yang could finish a sentence, Meng Se suddenly shook his head and shouted, "Wait, I'm not going to be the banker for this round." "Why?" Lan Changa asked curiously. "Are you fucking earning so much money that your hands go numb?" Meng Se shook his head vigorously. "No, I won't do it even if you beat me to death. I'm not going to be the banker for a bet between 2 transvestites." He paused and said, "Whoever wants to do it can do it. I'll bet 2. I'll bet 500. No, I'll bet 1,000. Will that do?" As soon as he said this, all the dukes laughed, but everyone looked at Meng Se with a strange expression. Meng Se was definitely not doing this because of this. Then, was it because of this new person? That meant that this person was not simple? Big clans were all aristocratic families with tens of thousands of years of history. To be able to hold the top positions in such clans, how could these few people be fools? Even though everyone was behaving like lecherous men, but their true motives and thoughts were something only they knew in their hearts. Zhuge Changchang was silent for a while and said, "Brother Chu, how much do you want to bet?" Chu Yang smiled modestly. "I don't have much, just 2,000. Zhuge Changchang smiled coldly. "Brother Chu, who do you want to bet on to win?" Chu Yang laughed and said, "I haven't found a wife yet. I'm still single. Naturally, I want to bet on myself." Once he said this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Bet on himself? We've been here for 2 months. We haven't even succeeded once. Now, you haven't shown your face here for 2 months, and you want to ask the beauty out? This is simply nonsense. You're too naive. I'll be the banker. I'll be the banker. At the same time, 2 people stood up indignantly. Zhuge Changchang and Lan Changa. These 2 people had lost the most in the past few days. Now that they had seen a sucker, they naturally wanted to recoup their losses. After a round of argument, Zhuge Changchang won and successfully became the banker. Zhuge's eyes flashed as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Chu Yang had 2,000 purple crystals. Yi Shiyu also gritted his teeth and took out 2,000 purple crystals and placed them on the pile. Meng Se took out 1,000 purple crystals without hesitation. bet on himself. There were also 7 or 8 male cousins who threw in 300 or 500 purple crystals. There was even one person who threw in 1,000 purple crystals to show that he wasn't weaker than others. In this way, this pile of purple crystals actually reached a terrifying 12,000 purple crystals. Chu Yang's heart trembled as he looked at this. He recalled that before he returned to the clan, the entire Chu clan's annual income was only about 200 purple crystals. Now, in the hands of these male cousins from big clans, each person could actually throw in hundreds of purple crystals just for a casual bet. Big clans were indeed different from the rest. Zhuge Changchang stretched out his hand, and a bunch of bamboo sticks appeared in his hand. He said, "For the sake of fairness, everyone will draw lots to decide the order. Take note, this is a personal bet. There's something I have to say first. If the first person succeeds, then he's the winner. The rest of the people who are willing to bet have to accept their loss." Everyone opened their mouths and said, "Isn't this bullshit? If the first person succeeds, then the beauty will be gone. What's the point of betting?" As they spoke, everyone started to draw lots. The male cousins rushed forward and squeezed Chu Yang to the back. Chu Yang was the last to draw lots. As expected, he was the last one. The last one, comparatively speaking, had the lowest success rate. The male cousins did not show any expression on their faces, but they were laughing in their hearts. This idiot, does he really think that it's fair just by drawing lots? It's just a few bamboo sticks. With the skills of everyone present, anyone can do this secretly. Little brat, you'd better be prepared to be cheated. Chu Yang held the bamboo stick and laughed. "My luck is really good on the last one." Everyone laughed, but their smiles were different. They despised him in their hearts. "You'd better be stupid until you die." Chu Yang smiled as he held the bamboo stick. His expression did not change, but he sneered in his heart. Big clans are big clans. Even if they have conflicts with each other, once an outsider comes in, they will still work together to deal with the outsider. First, get rid of the outsider. Isn't this situation the same as how big clans deal with the Tribulation Swordmaster? It was a small bet, but it had made Chu Yang raise his vigilance. Big clans are big clans. This point he really had to respect. Zhuge Changchang said, "First, Duke Lan Changa." Suddenly someone laughed. Yi Shifeng could not help but say, "Duke Lan Changa is going to hell again." Everyone laughed until they fell down. Lan Changa stood up calmly, tidied up his appearance, and walked towards the window of Jiaxiu building. "Wu Xian, I'm Lan Changa. Haha, it's been so many days. Wu Xian also knows me. I wonder if I can have the honor of inviting Wu Xian to tour Tenji City? I'm sincerely inviting you. My ancestor and venerable Feng, you are old friends. Please give me face." Unexpectedly, Lan Changa did not sing this time. Instead, he went straight to the point and even brought out the friendship of his ancestors. Everyone regretted it. If they had known, they would have used this method. There was silence upstairs for a while. Wu Qianshan's ethereal voice sounded faintly. "Duke Lan, I wonder which ancestor of yours knows my teacher." Lan Changa was shocked and said, "It's the great ancestor of my 3 ancestors." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped and was dumbfounded. Everyone was sweating profusely. Luckily, they did not think of this method. Wu Qianshan said faintly, "So there is such a relationship. In this case, you are not an outsider, but if Duke Lan is using this relationship as an excuse, according to seniority, how should you address me?" Lan Changa's face suddenly became as red as a ripe persimmon. Wu Qianshan was the younger brother of Feng Yu. Her seniority in the martial arts world could be said to be extremely high. She was almost the top ancestor type. This sentence was undoubtedly saying, "Lan Changa, do you dare to flirt with your great-grandmother? You disobedient and unfilial thing." The 5th one was even worse. "Today is purely a birthday celebration, and it's a supplementary update, so I won't ask for monthly votes. Thank you for celebrating Aoshi's birthday today. Wish everyone a happy birthday. Good night. Chapter 991. Lan Changa returned dejectedly, like a rooster that had lost a fight, feeling dejected, facing the smiling and meaningful gazes of the crowd. His face turned even redder, and he was too ashamed to show his face. Zhuge Changchang gloated and said, "You deserve it. Who asked you to use such a method to invite her? This is simply coercion. Wu Xian is already merciful for not scolding you on the spot." Lan Changa said angrily, "Then what do you want me to do? Sing?" Once the sentence came out, the crowd instantly remembered the word hell that Wu Xian said and instantly laughed uncontrollably. Chu Yang smiled at the side, but his eyes flashed with coldness. These few dukes of the aristocratic families obviously had a grudge against each other, but once an outsider was present, they would reject him regardless of the reason. Even when they were laughing just now, no one even looked at him. They had completely treated him as an invisible person. They could fight, or even kill, but this was a circle that only belonged to them. This was a kind of conceit and pride. Other people outside the aristocratic families did not even have the right to go against them. Chu Yang smiled faintly as he watched. Everyone else had formed a circle, laughing and scolding each other. They were in a mess and completely ignored him, but he just stood outside the circle unmoved. He did not seem awkward at all. "I am here to earn purple crystals, not to make friends with you." Zhuge Changchang laughed for a while and said, "Second, Yi Shifeng." Yi Shifeng walked forward confidently, coughed twice, and said calmly, "Wu Xian, I am Yi Shifeng of the Yi clan. Ever since I saw your beauty that day, my heart has been haunted and I have not been able to sleep at night. My sincerity can be seen by the heavens. If I can gain your favor, I will never change my looks in this life." He paused for a while, seeing that there was no response from above. He continued, "Today I am only here to invite you for a chat. Whether it is successful or not, whether you are satisfied or not, I will still be satisfied." After a long while, Wu Qianqian's voice came from above and said, "Duke Yi Shifeng, I have heard of you. Duke Yi is a calm person and can be said to be an outstanding person. However, it was said that second master Yi already had a second wife, and 11 concubines. Outside the family, he also had 4 mistresses. Moreover, his family already had a large number of children and was flourishing. Dare I ask second Duke Yi? I'm not the only one who said this to me, right?" Yi Shifeng was tongue-tied and his face turned red. The third was naturally Meng Se. Meng Se walked over with his hands behind his back. Someone behind him muttered, "Stop acting cool. Wu Xian can't even see you. Why are you acting cool?" Meng Se ignored him and walked over elegantly. Facing the empty window, he bowed deeply and said, "Wu Xian, little brother pays his respects to you." There was no movement inside. Meng Se chuckled and said, "Last night, I dreamt of an immortal and felt something in my heart. I suddenly composed a poem. I hope the immortal can appreciate it." As he said that, he shook his head and recited, "Once the fog barrier is opened, a peerless beauty will appear, her clothes fluttering in the wind, just like a fairy descending from the heavens. Her beautiful hair is 3,000 feet long. Her eyes are clear as autumn water. I yearn deeply in my bones and sigh in disappointment. How can I be comforted?" After reciting, he sighed twice and seemed to be very sad. For a long time, there was no movement from above. Meng Se was delighted and thought that there was a chance. Chu Yang, however, pursed his lips. He was extremely familiar with Wu Qianqian's temper and naturally knew that Wu Qianqian was thinking of how to reply to make him give up completely. There was definitely no chance. Indeed, he heard Wu Qianqian say, I've already said that I don't have any knowledge and really can't understand your poem. Why don't you explain it to me? Mangsei's eyebrows danced as he said, "The meaning of this poem is that I had a dream last night. I dreamt of you, Mississippi. You came from the clouds and mist and left, leaving me unable to forget it for a long time," Wu Qianqian said. "So it was just a dream." Her voice was very soft, but there was an indescribable meaning behind it that made Mangsei feel as if he was about to collapse. It was just a dream. You people actually compose poems when you read people? No matter how well you compose it, isn't it just a dream? I really can't understand you people. Who doesn't dream, ah? This should be the hidden meaning behind Wu Qianqian's faint words. She only said that one sentence, but her tone perfectly conveyed the lingering meaning. Mangsei retreated dejectedly. This time no one laughed anymore. The next few people all racked their brains to come up with different ideas, but all of them returned in defeat. One of them walked to the window and suddenly shouted in horror, "Ah! Why is this? Ah! There's actually a dog that can fly in the sky." Everyone laughed until they fell down. Wu Qianqian only said dogs can't fly. Dogs only know how to bark. This guy retreated in defeat. Finally, it was Chu Yang's turn. The 8 people in front of him all looked at him with dark faces. Seeing Chu Yang's somewhat serious expression, everyone gloated in their hearts. Even with our family background, talent, and reputation, we can't do it. What hope do you have? However, everyone put on an expression of great interest, waiting to see a joke. Brother Chu, it's your turn. Hurry up. Ha! Brother Chu, you might succeed, haha. Hurry up, are you not ready yet? I think you shouldn't try anymore. Just admit defeat. Don't say that. Maybe Brother Chu has a plan. Not only can we meet, but we can also enter directly with just one sentence. Ha 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 ha. This joke is really funny. My stomach hurts. It was a mess. Chu Yang walked forward slowly and coughed lightly twice. All the dukes instantly stopped talking. All of them had an expression that said, "Hurry up and make a fool of yourself. I'll laugh so hard," under everyone's gaze. Chu Yang raised his voice and said, "Wu Xian, I'm Chu Yang. Cough, cough. May I go up and talk to Wu Xian?" Before Wu Qianqian could say anything, the dukes below had already exploded. "Fuck! What is this? Not only does he want to meet, he actually wants to go up and talk to Wu Xian. He's overestimating himself. I'm so disgusted. This pervert, this evil pervert. He actually wants to enter the room of the goddess in my heart. This is intolerable. When Wu Xian rejects him, I'll beat him up." The crowd was in a frenzy. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned. The goddess in their heart said, "Do you want to come up and talk to me?" Everyone was stunned. What did Wu Xian mean by this? Why does it sound like she's going to agree? Chu Yang said, "Yes, I heard that Wu Xian has a small illness. I'm very anxious, so I'm here to take a look at your injuries." Everyone was furious. When did Wu Xian get injured? We've been here for 2 months. Why didn't we hear about it? You're obviously spouting nonsense. Just as they were about to reprimand Chu Yang, Wu Qianqian sighed and said, "It's been hard on you. I got injured 2 months ago. You actually know about it." Everyone was shocked. Wu Xian is really injured. Chu Yang said sincerely, "Immortal's cultivation is deep, so he naturally won't be a problem. However, I heard that Knight Immortal displayed his skills and fought against 2 8th stage martial saints. It wasn't easy for him either." Yi Shifeng and Yi Shiyu, who were in the crowd, broke out in a cold sweat when they heard this. 2 months ago? Fighting against 2 8th stage martial saints in the middle of the night? What the heck? It can't be so coincidental. Both of them waited anxiously with a fluke heart. Wu Qianqian said, "You're right. That night at the Shuiyu Lake was indeed the most dangerous battle in my life. If not for... Haha, Divine Dr. Chu, please come upstairs to talk." "Thank you, Wu Xian." I'll take the purple crystals and go upstairs immediately. Chu Yang thanked her with a smile. After 2 years of separation, the king of hell and Rakshasa did not acknowledge each other at the Shueyu lake. This was the first time they worked together in the upper 3 heavens. It was perfect, flawless. Turning around, he saw everyone looking at him as if he was an immortal. Chu Yang smiled and cupped his hands. I'm sorry I won. Everyone regretted it. If they knew that Wu Xian was injured and only needed the identity of a doctor to get close to her, they would have gone earlier. How could they let Chu Yang take advantage of them? Everyone did not mind losing the purple crystals. However, they were envious and jealous of Chu Yang for being able to enter Wu Qianqian's embroidery shop. Extreme. These purple crystals are all mine. Chu Yang laughed. Wait for me to keep them. Zhuge, as the banker, you should take out double the amount, right? Since I've won today, I'll give Zhuge a discount. Just take out 10,000 purple crystals. Zhuge Changchang was extremely upset. He said angrily, Do you think I'll go back on my words? He waved his hand to call someone over to take the purple crystals. Lan Changa waved his hand. Wait. He turned to Chu Yang and said, Young man, you obviously knew that Wu Xian was injured, but you didn't say anything. Using this reason to meet Wu Xian is equivalent to cheating. You want to take away the purple crystals just like that? You're dreaming. When he said this, many people looked at him unkindly. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. He smiled and said, I know, it's my business. The bet was on whether I could meet her, not on what reason. Why? The descendant of the heavens ruling clan can't afford to lose? You're the one who can't afford to lose. Who are you calling a sore loser? A few people started to clamor. Everyone was already unhappy with him. Now, they were even more unhappy with him. They wanted to use this as a pretext to teach him a lesson. Chu Yang looked at Yi Shifeng meaningfully and said, Second Elder Yi, the 2 elders of the Yi clan, do you think so too? Ha! Wu Xian's injury is still waiting. Yi Shifeng's heart skipped a beat. This fellow was not talking about Wu Xian's injury. He was using the 2 people to threaten him. In that case, Chu Yang meant that he knew the identity of the 2 people, but Wu Xian did not? I have to apologize. Sai, it's my fault. Last night, on Aoshi's birthday, I went to sing a song. In the end, I sang too well. Today, I found out that the girls who heard my song were all mesmerized by my beautiful voice. It caused them to miss me so much that they could not sleep for the entire night. This is my fault. I'm sorry. I apologize here. Chapter 992. Chu Yang was clearly warning him. Settle this matter. Otherwise, the Yi clan can only wait for the Moon Breeze duo to find trouble with you. Yi Shifeng felt as if he had eaten feces. Thinking of this, he could not help but scold Yi Kong and Yi Yin in his heart. You could have just killed Chu Yang. But why did you injure Wu Xian? Injuring Wu Xian is fine. But why did you leave evidence for Chu Yang to use against you? But now this little girl had managed to grab hold of his pigtails. Furthermore, if the Moon Breeze duo knew about this, what would happen? These 2 people deserved to die. Thinking of this, Yi Shifeng's thoughts were all gone. Hurriedly he said righteously, If you agree to a bet, you must accept defeat. I have to make this clear. If anyone were to create trouble without reason, it would be equivalent to going against Yi Shifeng. Anyone who goes against me, Yi Shifeng, is going against the Yi clan. Yi Shifeng's sudden change in attitude caused everyone to be puzzled. Lan Changa was stunned and said, Brother Yi, you? He was extremely puzzled. Damn you, Yi Shifeng, wasn't it you who sent me a message just now and then I stood up for you? You were the one who wanted to deal with this brat. I was only helping you. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Why did you suddenly become so righteous? What is going on? Yi Shifeng looked at him sternly and said lightly, Brother Lan, Don't you want to give me face? Lan Changa said angrily, What? Just now it was obviously. Yi Shifeng did not wait for him to finish and interrupted him, saying, That's right. Brother Chu obviously won just now. Since we have won, we have to accept defeat. Brother Lan, are you trying to go back on your words? Lan Changa held his breath and said, What do you mean I want to go back on my words? Obviously. That's right. Since you don't want to go back on your words, then be more straightforward. You must accept defeat. Yi Shifeng interrupted him again and said, The Lan clan is a big clan. It's not like you can't accept defeat, right? Lan Changa almost suffered internal injuries from holding his breath and looked at Yi Shifeng as if he was going to vomit blood. Suddenly he thought, Could it be that Yi Shifeng purposely framed me to get on Chu Yang's good side? In this way, Chu Yang would inform Wu Xian, and then Wu Xian would inform Supreme's Feng, and you? Let the wind and moon Supremes develop enmity towards our Lan clan? Yes, this sentence made a lot of sense. One must know that the Yi clan and the Lan clan are plotting the same thing. It is highly possible for Yi Shifeng to pull such a stunt. It had to be said that Lan Changa was indeed an outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Lan family. His train of thought was very agile. In an instant, his thoughts had turned to this point. He was extremely thoughtful. Thinking of this, Lan Changa suppressed his anger, smiled, and said, Not bad, not bad. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. I will not be like someone who obviously wants to make friends, but has to step on the shoulders of his old friends. To make friends with such a person, no matter who it is, one must be careful. Upon hearing this, Yi Shifeng knew that he had misunderstood. However, how could Yi Shifeng still think about this? He turned to Chu Yang and said with a smile, Brother Chu, you can collect the stakes now. Brother Chu, when you see Wu Xian, please put in a few good words for me. How about it? Chu Yang smiled reservedly and said, Of course. Lan Changa said, Since Brother Chu has won the bet for the first time, I will add another 300 purple crystals to congratulate Brother Chu. I hope that Brother Chu can put in a few good words for me in front of Wu Xian. Upon hearing this sentence, Yi Shifeng and Chu Yang were slightly stunned. Yi Shifeng's put in a few good words was to ask Chu Yang not to speak too much. However, what was Lan Changa's put in a few good words? Chu Yang laughed and said honestly, Yes, I will try my best to put in a few good words for you. Both of them thanked him in unison. Yi Shifeng was still worried. He came forward and said, Brother Chu, if you are willing. When Brother Chu comes out, I will repay you. Chu Yang said solemnly, Brother Yi, don't worry. You and I treat each other with sincerity. We are good friends. You should know that I, Chu Yang, will never say anything in front of outsiders. I will only praise. Yi Shifeng cursed in his heart. To hell with your sincerity. However, he said emotionally, Yes, I trust Brother Chu's character. Chu Yang nodded and smiled. At the side, Yi Shiyu's eyes flashed. At the side, the smiling Meng Sei's eyes flashed. At the periphery of the crowd, Zhu Ji's eyes flashed as he pondered. At this moment, the wager was ready. It was a huge pile of purple crystals. It seems that it is not easy to carry. Yi Shifeng said eagerly, Brother Chu, why don't I get someone to keep it for you and send it to you later? Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, No need, I have a way. He walked to the side of the pile of purple crystals and waved his hand. The pile of purple crystals disappeared instantly. Storage equipment, Skywood. The dukes were all knowledgeable people. When they saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes lit up like searchlights. This guy actually had such a good item in his hands. Instantly, a few of them started to feel nervous. This was a good item. Chu Yang smiled. It seemed as if he hadn't discovered anything, but he was quietly observing everyone's reactions. Good item was naturally a good item. However, good item. Chu Yang greeted them and entered Jiaxiu building leisurely with 2 sleeves of purple crystal wind. All the dukes looked at each other with envy and jealousy as he disappeared at the entrance of the building. After a long while, Yi Shifeng and Lan Chang's eyes met. Humph. Lan Changa turned his neck. Hey! Yi Shifeng snorted. At this moment, after a moment of silence, a voice could be heard from Jiaxiu building. Divine Dr. Chu, you are so young. Thank you for your trouble. That's right, Wu Xian is really young and beautiful. When I saw her, I was immediately infatuated. When I found out that she was unwell, I lost my appetite. All the dukes gritted their teeth and scolded in unison. Shameless. You didn't lose much weight even when you lost your appetite. The voice continued to be heard from inside. Divine Dr. Chu, you are too kind. Qian doesn't deserve it. You are too kind. Miss, you are like a fairy. You deserve it. Miss, you don't know that I have admired you for a long time. However, I am ashamed of my inferiority. Sigh, it is my fortune to be able to treat your illness. All the dukes felt a rush of anger and scolded at the same time. This perverted thief! The voice from inside said, Miss, you are injured. May I know where you are injured? Chu Yang asked with concern. This, Divine Dr. Chu, can't you tell? I am injured on my back. Wu Qian said with embarrassment. On your back? Let me take a look. Chu Yang said anxiously. This is not appropriate. Wu Qian said shyly. Miss, what are you saying? A doctor has the heart of a parent. Chu Yang said righteously, shameless. 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 All the dukes below stomped their feet and scolded angrily. Their eyes were red. They could not wait to rush up and cut this shameless person into pieces. This bastard is obviously trying to take advantage of Wu Xian. To think that he actually said it in such a righteous manner. I really want to spit on his face. Wu Xian, you must control yourself. Don't be taken advantage of by him. All the dukes prayed in their hearts. This is not appropriate. Divine Dr. Chu, it's better to take my pulse and prescribe some medicine. Wu Qian declined politely. All the dukes heaved a sigh of relief. Miss, what are you saying? He heard Chu Yang's displeasure as he said, Internal and external injuries have their own mysteries. How can you tell just by feeling the pulse? This little guy insisted on taking a look. All the dukes gritted their teeth. This bastard, Wu Xian, is such a pure and holy person. Must she take off her clothes and let this shameless bastard take a look at her back? But the place where Qian is injured is a little indecent. Wu Qian's voice was hesitant. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Don't worry, Mississippi. Just treat me as a white-haired old doctor. This can't be delayed. Chu Yang persuaded earnestly. All the people below stomped their feet and scolded. A white-haired old man. You're obviously a young man. Pervert. Scoundrel. Pervert. Rogue. Extremely shameless. Extremely filthy. Well, okay, but it's not convenient here. Wu Qian hesitated. Then we can go to your bedroom. You can take off your clothes, and I'll treat you properly. Chu Yang said righteously. Don't worry, other than the wound, I won't look at any other place. I, Chu Yang, guarantee with my integrity. Hearing this, the dukes below felt as if they had been struck by lightning. It's really rare to see a person so shameless. You're already so fucking shameless. What integrity do you still have? You even dare to guarantee with your integrity? Then, Wu Qian hesitated. All the dukes prayed to the heavens. Please don't agree, don't agree, don't agree. Then I'll have to trouble you, Divine Dr. Chu. Wu Qian's slightly shy voice poured a basin of cold water on the duke's hopes. Lan Changa couldn't help but shout, Wu Xian, you. Another duke was even more heartbroken. He shouted, Wu Xian, you can't, this little guy is up to no good. You have to see his wolf's ambition clearly. His voice sounded as if he was about to cry. Chu Yang said guiltily, I didn't expect that I would be questioned by so many people here today after saving so many people. If you're worried, I'll take my leave. Wu Qianshan said, It's just a treatment. Divine Doctor, you don't have to take it to heart. Please come with me. Chu Yang said hesitantly, This isn't good? Chu Yang's voice was filled with endless hypocrisy. Hearing this, all the dukes below were furious. They couldn't wait to rush up and smash this bastard into smithereens. Pretending to be obedient after receiving benefits. This was a classic example. Chapter 993. Wu Qianqian said, Mr. You said just now that a doctor has the heart of a parent. Why are you rejecting it now? She heard Chu Yang, that bastard, say in a voice that was full of joy but also stammering, as if he was in a difficult position, Forget it. Since Miss has said so, then it would be too unreasonable for me to refuse. Immortal, please take off your clothes. What I mean is, let's go take a look at your wounds. Then, the sound of tables and chairs could be heard. Both of them should have stood up. Mister, this way please. Wu Qianqian said. Hey, Miss, please go first. Chu Yang's voice was full of anticipation. Then there was no sound from inside. Obviously, the two of them had gone to take a look at the wound. Downstairs also fell into silence. Everyone was like a group of ducks that were struck by lightning, stunned. They did not expect that Wu Xian would invite Chu Yang into her room in the end. Beast! After a while, an angry, sorrowful, and heartbroken roar came from downstairs. Chu Yang, you're really a beast. Which one of them was stupid? There was no confusion at all. Why did Wu Xian do such a thing in front of so many people? Did she not care about her daughter's reputation at all? Her reputation? Not at all. Wu Xian might not care much, but she was definitely not someone who looked down on herself so much. Now that she did such a thing, it could only mean one thing. She was already annoyed by their pestering during this period of time, and Chu Yang's appearance had provided him with an excellent shield. After entering the room, would she really take off her clothes to treat her wound? Everyone knew that it was impossible, but when they thought of what happened today, they no longer had the courage to appear in front of Wu Qianqian. She did not hesitate to destroy her own reputation to get rid of their pestering. It could be seen how much she hated them. Why bother with it? They had really forced her into a corner. It was precisely because they were smart people that they thought things through very thoroughly. At this moment, everyone understood Wu Qianqian. But at the same time, they also felt resentment towards Chu Yang, who was used as a shield, and some sympathy. They wondered if this guy realized that he was only a shield after entering Wu Xian's room. He must feel very strange, right? Beast! Serves you right for being treated like this. Everyone was fantasizing about the treatment that Chu Yang was about to receive from Wu Xian. Their spirits were triumphant, and they all left dejectedly upstairs. Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian walked into the inner chamber. Wu Qianqian burst into laughter. Chu Yang sighed helplessly. Senior Martial Sister Wu, I've really suffered because of you. Now, when I walk out of here, there will be love rivals everywhere. But I'm clearly innocent. Wu Qianqian snorted and said, Are you innocent? Chu Yang rubbed his nose and coughed incessantly. I won't force you any more. Wu Qianqian leisurely sat down and took off her veil. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Chu Yang's face. She looked at him deeply for a while, and her face flushed as she said, Did you recognize me that night? Chu Yang chuckled. Other than Senior Sister Wu, I've never seen a woman of your age who trusts me so much. Wu Qianqian suddenly realized, yes, that pill. She laughed self-deprecatingly. I shouldn't have eaten it so happily and let you recognize me. Wu Qianqian sighed. This sigh was more of self-pity, because she knew that if she were to experience it again, she would not hesitate to take that pill again, because that pill was given to her by the person she loved and the person she trusted the most. At that time, no matter how smart a woman was, her heart would not be guarded at all. Chu Yang chuckled and said, Senior Martial Sister Wu, instead of being an empress in the lower three heavens, you have to go through so much trouble to come to the upper three heavens. You must be here to look for me, right? Wu Qianqian's face immediately turned red. But I'm here to look for you. No matter what I do, my ultimate goal is to help you. But you've always avoided this question before. Why are you bringing it up so calmly today? Wu Qianqian's heart thumped, as if it was about to jump out of her mouth. She wanted to speak, but she felt that she could not speak. Her head was dizzy and she almost fainted. She thought of a possibility. Could it be that Chu Yang is going to accept me? Is he confessing to me? Wu Qianqian's heart beat like a drum, but she bravely raised her head and looked at Chu Yang. Her eyes were full of tenderness. This was the first time in her life that she had dared to look at the man she loved so deeply with such a bold gaze. Chu Yang didn't know what it meant to raise his head and stare. It represented Wu Qianqian's endless perseverance, the deepest hope in her heart, and the strong expectation. The feelings of a young girl were like a dream and a poem. Which young girl did not want to spend the rest of her life with the person she loved? If she was proud of someone, she would not leave him even in old age. How could Wu Qianqian not want to? It was just that she had always restrained herself. She buried this love deep in her heart and did not dare to say it out. But it did not mean that she did not have such hope in her heart. Now, Chu Yang took the initiative to bring it up. Wu Qianqian was finally brave for once. Her long-time concealment disappeared at this moment. At this moment, she did not want to restrain herself anymore. She only needed to wait for Chu Yang to say it, and she would fly into the arms of the man she yearned for day and night. She dared to love and hate. She did not want to be pretentious like other girls. She looked at Chu Yang fervently. Chu Yang smiled and said, Actually, I just figured it out. Wu Qianqian's face was red. She looked at Chu Yang with determination and said softly, What did you figure out? At this moment, her eyes were misty. Her mind was filled with unreality. He only figured it out now. He only figured it out now. He figured it out now. Wu Qianqian only felt a bitterness in her heart. She almost cried. When I saw you that day, I should have thought of it. It was just that I did not think of it. Chu Yang looked up at Wu Qianqian. Senior Wu, don't blame me. Why would I blame you? Wu Qianqian said with a trembling voice. I have never blamed you. Chu Yang smiled in relief and said, If I'm not wrong, Senior Sister Wu came to find me this time for Brother Butian, right? For Brother Butian? Wu Qian only felt dizzy again. She could not help but mutter a question. For a moment, she only felt very confused and did not know what to say. Did Tai Butian ask you to find me? Chu Yang looked at her warmly. Actually, I should have thought of it. Wu Qianqian was a little confused. At the same time, she felt a faint pain in her heart. She forced herself to control her voice and asked, What should you have thought of? She thought, did he know that Tai Butian was a girl? Did he know that Tai Butian gave birth to a son for him? Of course, Senior Sister Qianqian is the Empress after all. If not for such an important matter, how could you leave Iron Cloud and the lower three heavens so easily? Chu Yang laughed. Wu Qianqian looked at Chu Yang in a daze. Suddenly, she felt bitter. The Empress! So it must be Tai Butian who asked you to come. And for Tai Butian to be so anxious or so cautious, it should be the issue of his children, right? Chu Yang said indifferently, As far as I know, Taibu Tian is the only direct descendant of the royal family in the Iron Cloud Empire. So he asked you to find me? Wu Qianqian's heart slowly sank. From the clouds of happiness, it fell all the way to the endless abyss. At this moment, she felt that her hands and feet were ice cold. Even her heart seemed to have been frozen stiff in the land of 10,000 years of ice. What exactly did you think of? Wu Qianqian's hands on the table unconsciously clenched tightly. She used all the strength in her body. When she asked this question, there was only a faint and hopeless trace of hope in her heart. Senior Sister Wu, please forgive me for being blunt. Chu Yang pondered for a while and finally decided to be frank. I see that Senior Sister Wu is still a pure and innocent girl, and Senior Sister Wu and Taibu Tian have been married for some time. May I ask Senior Sister Wu, does Taibu Tian have any hidden illness? Hidden illness. Wu Qianqian's hands slowly loosened. She let go weakly. She only felt cold and hot all over. Her eyes were somewhat blank. That's right. Chu Yang said, there are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants is the worst. In my opinion, this is the only reason why a newly married emperor of a generation would send his own empress to find me. Because other than you, no one knows where I have gone. Your guess is really right. She does have a hidden illness. Wu Qianqian smiled softly. Her smile was so sad, helpless, hopeless, and heartbroken. So I was wrong. Wu Qianqian was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. Her emotions were so intense that she almost wanted to cut her own throat. If you don't give me hope and let me continue to love bitterly, that's fine. But just now you ignited all my hope. But it was extinguished in an instant. How cruel! Although I know you didn't do it on purpose. It's because you want to twist it completely, but to me that's too cruel. Senior Sister Wu, you don't have to be so sad. Chu Yang saw her expression and comforted her. This is not a serious illness. Since Senior Sister Wu has found me, I will definitely help. I guarantee that the illness will be cured. He smiled warmly. No matter what, Tai Batian is also my good brother. How can I not care about his matters? Wu Qianqian slowly nodded and said, yes, thank you very much. She really has a hidden illness. And her illness, other than you, in this world, no one else can cure her. Wu Qianqian seemed to be sleepwalking when she said this. She used all her strength to keep her voice calm and indifferent, but her heart was already broken into pieces. I understand now. In your heart, I am already a married woman. Empress. Thinking of these 2 words, Wu Qianqian suddenly felt very strange. She wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Please recommend me. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.